Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today, our typing prompt is about yesterday, actually, which was World Typing Day. So, I am asking what everybody typed. What did you type for World Typing Day? I was at work, and sadly, I typed nothing yesterday, and I actually forgot it was World Typing Day. That being said, let's go ahead and let some people in. Yes. We hopefully discuss World Typing Day and much, much more. Yeah. Yeah, I totally forgot it was World Typing Day. And then this morning I was looking at the typing prompt. I was like, oh, yeah, I should have typed something yesterday. But it's fine. Yeah. Have a few people join us. Hey, Sean, how are you?
Good. Good morning, Gregory. Happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy Sunday.
Happy post World Typing Day.
Yeah.
Belated.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, for like most Sundays, I always think of the old what was it, motocross or monster trucks or whatever. They had the commercials where they'd say Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Sunday, Sunday. Get your monster, monster, monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good old days.
Yes, the good old days. Yeah. So how are you, Sean?
I'm good, thanks. It's still it's cold, but it's going to be above zero here in the next couple days, which is nice. So we're really looking forward to it, and I think the furnace in the house is looking forward to it.
Yeah, I know, a break, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's going to be nice. So yeah, other than that, we're back to work. I think everybody's disappointed that they have to go back to the job that they need to pay their bills and save for retirement. So hopefully one day we don't have to do this. But yeah, it's good. I'm always happy to get on the weekend, even after Christmas vacation, so I can type stuff and wander around namelessly with a coffee, poking typewriters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Anything new in your world?
No, not really. I'm typing on this original Canadian 1948 chrome, or sorry, nickel plated Royal Quiet Deluxe that I didn't know existed. It's not mine. It's a customer. A friend of mine who I'm fixing and cleaning and doing all that. Turns out that Canada made these brushed and polished nickel Quiet Deluxes in 1948. Talking to Greg at Antique Chop, he doesn't think he's never seen a Canadian gold typewriter. So the thought is that maybe this was the Canadian version of what the US produced as the gold plated Quiet Deluxe.
John, does this have the Canadian keyboard and special characters like
No,
the A key?
That's the A key, yeah. A with an exclamation mark right on the key. This one, unfortunately, this was just before that became formalized and codified in our Constitution. Just a standard Canadian or American keyboard, I guess. But it types in Elite, which is a nice add and bonus. It's not Pica. I always thought that if you were going to buy a really super typewriter, like if I could time travel to 1948 and I walked into the shop and said, hey, get me a 24 karat gold plated Quiet Deluxe or a nickel, I'd say get me a Vogue typeface with it, because if you're going to go all the way, you might as well really go all the way. But a lot of people seem to just get Pica. But thankfully this person got Elite, so it makes it a all-around good typewriter.
And is the repair going to take a very, very long time?
No, it's surprisingly, there's nothing wrong with this typewriter. It's just really just needs a good cleaning like they all do. It's in great shape. There's no real dings or dents or scratches on the finish. Nickel's a much better finish than gold in any day of the week. It works great. And so I've just been slowly cleaning off the type bars and the undercarriage and the rails and getting through all the little pieces with picks and sorts of things like that, and just sort of typing as I go, which is the fun part of cleaning and servicing, is you're typing while you clean.
So and the cleaning is going to take a very, very long time, right?
Well, I don't anticipate we're going to be done before 2022 is up. And I told the seller, Yeah, it's sorry. Thanks, Gregory. Sorry, I was a little slow there at first.
It's okay. I give you a second chance.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is excellent. I love the look of that. Do you find that the shine on it is distracting at all when you're typing?
No, not at all. And I wonder if they did the brushed on top because it won't reflect. Like, not that I sit out.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I don't have as much time as Joe does to sit outside and type. I can only do that a few months in the summer. But if I did, the reflection, I guess it could be an issue if you're in that one specific spot. But no, I don't. It's not a problem. It's just a really nice typewriter. The problem is you make spelling mistakes because you look at it as you type, and you're like, oh wow, oh shit, what did I?
yeah. Exactly.
You know what's funny, Sean, is some of the Royal marketing material for their office machines, like the KMM. They have that inner cover, the little inner panels next to the ribbon.
Yeah.
And they actually advertise that as low visual distraction feature.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think your machine is a high visual distraction.
High visual distraction, even with those little ears inside of it too.
Yeah.
Which you can't see anyway.
You can't see anyways. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's it, I think, for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before we get too deep into the greetings, I do see a new face. I like to try and greet the new faces, as soon as possible. So, Brian Bopp, welcome.
Hello, how are you? First time.
Good. You?
I don't even own any typewriters, so don't tell my
We'll
don't tell my
have to
wife.
change that.
Don't
Give
tell
us
my
your
wife.
address. We'll soon solve
No,
that.
no.
problem.
No, I'm just in case my wife's listening. But
Since you are new, do you want to tell us just a little bit about yourself?
yeah, I'm out in New York State. I do have probably a good dozen or so machines. I just like type. I got into them originally 20 years ago, was correlated to World War II reenacting, and now I just like typewriters and still like to type letters. I've been typing a COVID journal for the past year and a half, just completely typed. And it's like writing. I mean, not writing, but letter writing.
Yeah.
I wish I could. I want to be a writer, but not. So.
And do you have a favorite typewriter?
I have a couple I like. Some of the ones from the 50s. I like Smith Coronas. I have been prejudiced against Royals. I just picked up a nice brown one from the 30s, the real, the nice color one. But the ones that I don't consider the nicest looking seem to be the best workhorses from the 50s and early 60s. But some Smith Coronas especially. But I have a nice Corona from the couple from the 30s that I like too.
Excellent. Very good. And are you signed up at typepals.com?
I just did a little while ago.
Excellent. Okay, I thought I recognized the name. Yes, I approved your application. So
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
And Joe, we haven't seen you in a while.
Hey, Joe.
Okay. Yes. Hey guys, how are we doing?
It's hard to
Good.
make comments about you, Joe, when you're not actually here, so it's nicer when you're here.
Well, my ears were burning for a
Yeah.
while there. I knew people were talking about me
Every Sunday. Where's
every
Joe?
Sunday. Yeah, I've been busy, sort of the holidays, and took a little time off from like a week off from making YouTube videos and all that. And getting back in the swing of things. I don't have necessarily any new news, no new typewriters. I did take this. I've had this Hermes 3000 for a while. This is the early 60s version, and I took it out of the closet a couple of weeks, like a week ago, and the shift was actually hanging up. It would go down and then not go back up. So I had to take the chassis out and do a little bit of degreasing. It was the little shift mechanism, the way if you remember how that works in the Hermes 3000s, it was hung up in a little bit of hardened grease or whatever. This thing really hasn't been thoroughly gone over. It's just I've been spot cleaning and degreasing wherever it needs it. But anyways, it works good, and it's actually approximately 13 characters per inch. So it's a little smaller than the standard American elite size, which is kind of nice, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Excellent.
yeah. And let's see, what other than that, nothing really going on typewriter wise, just trying to do a little writing every few days. I've been trying to participate in the one typed page blog as much as I can, a couple times a week usually. And I'm trying to do more of my own blogging on my own blog channel. So I haven't done any this week though, but I'm certainly going to try something.
I love your latest blog post. It was wonderful.
Oh yeah, and it was kind of funny, the reaction from one of the guys down below in the comment section. I thought it was kind of weird.
I'll have to go back and look at that, but
Well, he was just, I made an allusion. The whole blog post, in case somebody didn't see it, on one type page is what you're talking about, right? That one I did.
No, actually on your own blog.
Oh, my own. Okay, yeah, okay, right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. Yeah,
The,
I'm trying to be trying to cover a wide variety of things that I'm interested in. Whatever strikes me, I like to write about as much as possible.
yeah.
And I do kind of gravitate back and forth between various subjects that are interesting to me. Like, for instance, right now, one of the things I'm working on is somebody sent me a pack of diazo paper, and diazo paper is a blue line drafting paper. This is the paper that they printed blueprints on back in the 70s.
Oh.
And let me get my microphone closer to my mouth here. Sorry. Anyways, cyanotype is the opposite. It's you coat an emulsion on it and it makes a negative image and you develop it with water. Well, blue line paper makes a positive image and you develop it with ammonia vapor. And so I've been loading sheets of this in a 4x5 camera and directly exposing outdoor scenes because the paper is sensitive to ultraviolet light. So like a 2-hour exposure, for instance, right? It has an ISO of like 0.00000 something. And but you get this, then you develop it in a little tray you tape it to the inside lid of a Tupperware dish and put a little bit of ammonia in the bottom and close it up, and the ammonia vapor develops it, and it makes a one of a kind blue positive image. So I'm kind of gonna probably do a video about that this week. It's kind of an odd little thing, and they don't make this paper anymore, so you have to buy it on eBay, new old stock and stuff like that. But anyways, so I'm always tinkering around with different things like that.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm also still tinkering around with lined paper. This is the 1/4 inch ruling, so you can use that with a 1.5 line spaced machine, which I'm using with this Hermes 3000.
Yeah. Lately, when I glance at one type page, I can immediately spot spot your post.
Yeah.
Because,
I also try to have some kind of stylistic thing, like I usually type O space T space P at the top, and then I underline it in a different color. Or sometimes I'll do the first letter of a paragraph, I'll make it either red or I'll underline it if it's a single color ribbon, just to be, kind of a typographical style, And I do like some of the typography that some of the contributors do on one type page. There's a guy calls himself DROI, something oil and ink. I forget now what it stands for, but he has a really nice way of doing little paragraphs off to the side in red. And then it maybe has a couple of those on one side and the other side of it. And then he'll type around it in black. But it's a really cool effect, I like that.
Definitely. Yeah, a lot of them are truly like artwork. So
yeah. So it's kind of like one of those things where I'd like to be better at that. In terms of making typewritten pages to be more like a typographical work, So
yeah.
And that's pretty much what's going on with me. I actually don't have any ideas for typewriter videos, but I'm hoping to get something soon because I need to do something. I'm trying to push toward the episode 300, but I'm about 10 episodes away from that right now in my typewriter series on YouTube. But I think I had an idea the other day, and then I was at work at the time, and then I forgot it. And it's like, what was that? You know,
Oh.
yeah. And I think it was something like one of those basic things for beginners, but I don't remember what it was. And there's a lot of other good content now, like Sarah, Just My Type. She does a lot of really good typewriter videos for the newbies. And, you know, so it's really good to see a lot of that happening, because that means there's just more and more content, more and more people are doing it. And I do have this thing where I have been doing a lot of like personal journal typing, or I'll start something that I don't really know if it's going to be for my blog or for one type page, or just to stuff in a book, in a binder. And sometimes I don't even title it until I'm done with it, because I don't really know what the purpose is. But I've been recently thinking about and typing about the idea that, you know, as collectors of typewriters, you know, I think you go through a cycle, right? Where you start off getting really interested in typewriters, and then you just collect like crazy, right? And then you get to the point where you kind of taper off, and then maybe you'll even find that it's gotten a little out of control for your own personal life, and you maybe try to downsize a little bit. So there's kind of a life cycle, right? And I think in that life cycle, there's a place for, you know, we become miniature experts, you know, we at typewriters maintenance, enough to keep the machines running for ourselves. And maybe that becomes like a service that we're doing for other people. You know, we'll acquire a typewriter somewhere that needs service, either off the internet or a thrift store or something, and we get it running good. We keep it in our collection for a while, and then we sell it or give it away to somebody else. So we've kind of, you know, taken this population of typewriters that aren't working and are abandoned, and we're getting them back into working shape, and then putting them out there for other people to use, right? So it's sort of like a ministry, if you want to think of it in those terms, right? Like a typewriter ministry. You know, we're trying to get more people to use them. So we fix them up, and then they go through our lives to somewhere else, right? And I think that's a cool concept.
Exactly. And actually in there, I think you have the idea for a video, which is the life cycle of a typewriter collector.
Yes, yes, yes.
So
But I think I would need to make it humorous somehow.
Yeah.
what Joe doesn't say is he comes back here to the well
I
to
know.
to gain ideas when he needs them
Yes,
for videos.
and that's what I'm actually typing, is I'm just waiting for somebody to say something. Oh, okay, that's a good idea.
There's my idea right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, that's a good idea. Okay.
It's all open source. I don't have to, you know, pay
Open
you for this.
source. That's
Yeah.
right. I'll credit everybody on our meeting, you know, for the inspiration.
It's actually funny that you mentioned that, because I've been seeing in a couple of the Facebook groups, like collectors complaining about prices of typewriters skyrocketing.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes right along with that, because, you know, you built this community, and then they're like, well, I can't find these typewriters for $20 anymore. I'm like, yeah, that sucks. But at the same time, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's a good problem to have, right? Because it means we're kind of successful at what we've been trying to do, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
no, I was just going to say really quickly, my problem is when I get a typewriter, service it, clean it, you know, fix it maybe, and then resell it. My time is worth something, you know, and so I have struggled with what to charge to compensate me for my time. Like, I don't overvalue myself. If anything, I undervalue myself. But you know, because I want people to have typewriters, but I also want to be compensated for the 4, 5, 6 hours I spent doing whatever I did to put it back on the market. But when you compare it to everything else that sits on the market that just got, you know, off of somebody's basement or attic, it's more expensive, and therefore it looks like, you know, am I one of those mercenary types? You know, because there definitely are people out there that are just blowing some dust off and then selling them for $200, you know, exorbitant prices. So it's a struggle, you know. There's definitely
But I think there's a place for acknowledging that, first of all, typewriters aren't being made anymore. And so there's only a limited quantity of them out there. And I know Ted argues that, well, they made millions of them, but they threw away millions of them too. And so if you look at consumer electronics, like if I wanted to replace my Mac Mini computer right now, they're gonna soak me for $600 or $700 or more, $800 maybe, or if I want to get a MacBook or whatever, you know, $1,000, $1,500. That's just, or a top of the line cell phone, that's going to be about $1,000 maybe, or something like that. So that's just the going rate for something modern that you communicate with. And you can argue that, well, that seems like a lot of money, but well, maybe currency has been devalued over time, and also manufacturing efficiencies have grown faster than currencies. So maybe $500 for a reconditioned typewriter isn't really that much in the grand scheme of things, right?
Yeah.
You know, in terms of being a useful tool for creating. Now, if you're talking about like pencil sharpeners or something, right, or staplers, you know, that haven't caught on like typewriters, and there's not much you can really create with a stapler other than stapler art. And I'm looking forward to somebody to start doing stapler art on, you know, plywood boards or something. But, you know, typewriters caught on, and people discovered that you can create with them. They're not just an artifact to look pretty on in your house, right? So they have an intrinsic value that makes them more expensive than a stapler or something like that, right?
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're not a one-trick pony.
Right. And so your time, Sean, that you put into them is worth something, you know?
Yeah, I just want to be fair because I've the desire of a, what do you call it, a philanthropist of sorts. I want to be compensated, but I also want to get a typewriter into somebody's hands who can love it like
Mhm.
I've loved typewriters. Like we all talk about. I mean, a lot of
Yeah.
us.
Well,
Similar.
here's a strategy you might want to think about as a businessman. Instead of selling a bunch of typewriters for a tiny little markup, why don't you try selling one typewriter for $2 million? All you need is one guy to buy it, and you're done.
That is true, Joe. I really like that
Think
strategy.
about that. That's a business model.
Yeah, the rest of these are for free. This
Right,
one's
they're for
2
free.
million.
Smarter, not harder.
That's right.
Hey,
exactly, Curry. No, I really though. I think don't undersell your service, because we're kind of in a transitional phase where you can still go out somewhere, maybe in the Midwest US, in a small town, in somebody's garage sale, and you can find a $20 typewriter. But it's not as easy to find that anymore, because more people are savvy to, online selling. They just do a Google search, how much does a typewriter cost? And then they see the $1,000 Hermes 3000 kind of things. Oh, I'll sell this for $1,000, and
Yeah.
so we're in a transitional phase, right? But hopefully as more and more machines get fixed up and put back into service, people will realize that, yeah, these things are worth a few $100 at least in working shape.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I agree.
And one thing I would say, can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, sweet. One thing I would say that Joe made me think of the whole, not underselling yourself, is one of the important things about that is having a high price on it will tell your customers, hey, he put time into this. He knows the value of it. Because there'll be, typewriter people, on Etsy or, Instagram and everything. They'll have, big price on it. But to me, that's like, hey, they understand the value of it, and they understand the worth of time that they put into it. So, that's a good thing you want to do is not, like you said, don't undersell yourself. Otherwise, that could be a turn off to some people. They're like, oh, if they are only putting it for that price, how well is it really going to be,
Right.
Well,
Like,
you got
yeah.
that line between like you want to art, right? Art is in museums, art is worth millions of dollars, but you want the everyday man to have exposure to it and be able to have art in their life as well. So you straddle that line between I want to give away free kittens and I want the value of your dollar or the value of your time. Like, there's that whole it's worth it and it's not worth it at the same time. Like I as a consumer, I absolutely would agree that it's worth, these hundreds of dollars, but I have to save up. I don't make that kind of money. Like
Right.
this is so even though I would love it and appreciate it, it's not something I can just drop the cash on and say, okay, Sean, hook me up. Here's the money.
Yeah. Now,
I
think
have
that
to save over paychecks and like plan for this and budget and, so
and
it's
that's a good point, Kimberly, because, in the past, typewriter collecting has been, finding these machines on the cheap and fixing them up. And we kind of expect that's the economy of it. But the thing is changing now, where they're becoming instruments of creativity that get fixed up, and now they're worth something not just a piece of junk in a thrift store. Now they're actually useful. More people are discovering that, so they're worth more, and that's,
Yeah.
and
but it's
instead of having, a collection of 50 machines that cost us $20 a piece, maybe one $300 typewriter just to write with is worth the money. Save it up, as you say, as a tool for your creativity.
But also not to be so cost prohibitive that people who would value it and appreciate it don't ever get the chance. Like,
yeah, that's
so
true
it's
too.
that whole straddling that line of, absolutely your time is worth money, but I can't afford how much your time is worth. Here's what
Yeah.
I can afford,
That's
Like,
right. And I see that a lot when I talk to my friend John Lewis, who runs he's an old fellow that's probably almost 80 years old, and he's still fixing typewriters. But there are some typewriters that he says it's not worth his time to fix up because he can't sell them for enough to cover his cost of
Yeah.
time, right? So, and that's true with maybe a lot of ultra portable typewriters, not made as ruggedly as a bigger machine. It's just not worth his time to take apart and fix. But if you find one in good shape and doesn't need much work, it just needs a degreasing and a new ribbon, maybe, then it doesn't take that much time, right? And then you can maybe sell it for a reasonable price for someone to get into it as an entry-level machine. Like, I look over at my Royal KMM that John Lewis worked on. He tears it down to the last part. He pulls all the type bars off and all the springs and linkages, and you'll walk into his shop and there's a little chassis with a few parts on it and everything's strewn out, and that's a big typewriter. He's taken the whole thing apart, and when you're buying a machine from him for $400, you're buying all that experience and the fact that the whole thing was torn apart and every part cleaned and replaced if it needed, and that's what you're getting is 50 years of experience, and it's worth it.
I'm pretty.
You're paying $400 for a typewriter, and he's spent how many hours cleaning it? Like, is he short selling himself in some ways? Because I find that when I get customers coming in, and if they've got a typewriter that's going to take me longer than, say, 4 hours of work to spend on it, it's like, you may as well take that money that you're going to put into my labor and get yourself a machine that's like that I've already got cleaned up. It's already ready to go. Right. Like, unless it's got some sentimental value or something, like I don't even get to the point where I'm completely tearing them down. Like, it's if I need to completely tear down your typewriter, then is it really worth it to you, first of all? Like, and I don't want to, I just don't want to see somebody spending all that money for something.
Right. Well, I'm sure he doesn't
online and get something for $100 or $200.
Right. No, I'm sure he doesn't tear down every machine to that level, but I think the ones that need it, he does. And he does charge accordingly. I've seen $500 typewriters in his shop too. So the ones that really get torn down, he charges the rate that you'd expect. But
what Curry fails to mention, though, is $400 US is like 12,000 Canadian. So that's the difference right there, Curry.
Yeah.
We win. Like I'm pretty new to typewriters. Probably been in it like about a year. Enough to dip my toes in and kind of understand a lot of this stuff. And I definitely was that person that was like, I can go on eBay and get this super cheap typewriter. And then the typewriter showed up, and it was like, oh, this is why it was cheap. And so, and which was nice because it got me into maybe I can fix it up. And so, my appreciation for the people who actually do this all the time skyrocketed because I realized how little patience I have for a lot of stuff. And then I went, because I've been in it longer, and I decided, hey, I'm sticking with this. I really enjoy it. I actually just got a typewriter. I actually spent quite a bit of money on, and it was probably about $500, but it was one that was professionally, done. The platens were redone. Mm-hmm. Everything was really done well on it. And typing on it versus the other machines that work is just a completely different experience. So I think there's like definitely that really good market of, okay, here's the entry level, not the best machine, it works, mm-hmm. but do you like it? It's like buying like a brand new fountain pen that, the beginner ones are like you're new to art supplies, so you're buying the student level. And then you go, oh, I'm going to stick with it. But, if I don't want to do this, or I don't have enough time to sit down and break these machines apart, let me save up the money and go purchase that expensive typewriter that will be my daily driver. And it is hands down worth the money. So in that regards, I definitely see, like, don't short sell yourself, especially if it's a pristine machine. like have those levels of typewriter where like, hey, this is a good machine. It's not perfect, but it's there. And then these like perfectly redone, not necessarily restored, but wonderful typers that are definitely worth the extra money. That's definitely one way to look at it, because I would not have spent that much money getting into it. That would have been like way too much. But now having experienced that, it's like, oh, it's worth every penny, and you should be paid for the time if you're actually going to do that.
Yeah, very good point.
Yeah.
I keep using the analogy of if you went to an old barn on some farm and found a Mercedes car that had been stuck in a barn for 50 years. Well, first of all, it has great bones in the sense of when it was originally manufactured, it's a great car, but it's not going to be great right now. It's been sitting in a barn for 50 years, right? So it needs some kind of work. And that's true with the best typewriter, an Olympia or whatever. It's still going to need a lot of work to get it back to shape. But yep.
Exactly.
I recently got back in touch with one of the Etsy vendors that I purchased a $400 typewriter from, because I just discovered, I just thought it was a pica variant, and I discovered the actual name of the typeface. So I got back in touch with him to let him know in case he comes across others. I'm like, you can tell your customers it's called this or whatever. And it was just sort of like a hello message, but I let him know that I'm taking good care of it. It's getting regular use. And I don't know if they care, but if I had like an animal shelter, I'd want to know that the puppy went to a good home and is he happy? So I told him it's very happy in my house. It's getting a lot of use.
So maybe we should use the phrase typewriter adoption. Maybe we should have typewriter adoption papers.
I recently bought a typewriter on Facebook Marketplace. I think it was a Smith Corona, a silent post-war, beautiful machine. They were cleaning out the house. It had been the mother-in-law's from the 40s. So I typed a letter. I think I sent it on some airmail stationery, just a thank you, and here's what it looks like, typed up. And this lady started contacting me and said, oh, I found some carbon paper. I found some typing paper. Do you want it? Come and take it. You'll appreciate it. And she just started finding things and just offering them to me, because she knew they were going to get some appreciation.
Nice.
Very good.
Nice. Very nice.
And what I like to do is I've been buying a lot of postcards, even pre-typewriter. Just you can get like 50 vintage postcards for a few bucks. I've gotten aerograms, the kind that self healing, just hundreds of them, and stationery, and just vintage airmail stationery, and just send those out, and I think they make a statement.
Very cool. Excellent. I would be very curious to see one of those, one of the ones you were mentioning, the aerogram.
I came across actually several hundred British aerograms from 1967. Wow. They have postage, which is not worth anything here, but 9 pence. But nice,
9 pence,
lightweight, with a D.
Okay, yeah. 9 pence then.
Yeah, 9 pence.
Less than a shilling.
Less than a shilling. Yeah.
So whereabouts are you from there, Brian?
Near Poughkeepsie, New York.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And is that a Royal Model P on the dresser behind you?
Yes, it is.
There you go.
You have a good eye, William.
Eagle eye.
That's funny. Oh, he's going to show it. Excellent.
This is one of the first ones I think I ever got in a barn for $5 about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, don't use that as a modern representation of how you're going to find a Royal P today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, let's see here.
Oh, good to see you, Brian.
Thank you. You too. Where are you located, William?
Say again?
Where are you?
Southern Alberta, south of Calgary, Canada, on the western edge of the prairies where the wheatlands meet the range.
I think there's somebody else from Calgary, isn't Sean? Are you in Calgary?
Sean Bowley in Calgary, yes.
Yeah. Just an hour and a half north of William.
Yes. And maybe one day when all this COVID hoo-ha has died down, we might be able to get together and talk typewriters one day. Who knows? Have a coffee somewhere.
That would be excellent. Yeah. Excellent. All right. So, Kimberly, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm doing well.
Anything new in your world?
Still tracking like the shipment of my faucet.
Oh,
Not arrived
Your
yet.
faucet. Yeah, thank you, Dan
Faucet.
Linder.
Faucet, yes.
I bought, and I think I recently bought a Bluebird 18B, like the rebranded torpedo. I think that might actually arrive first. Like I think my faucet's stuck in customs. I think I'm gonna get dinged with a big duty fee. Do not order typewriters from Europe.
No.
All my best typewriters came from Europe, actually, so I'm gonna keep ordering them.
I know. It's the price to pay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being here. It's good to see you. And Dan, how are you?
Hi, everybody. I'm fine, thank you very much. There's not much going on. I had a typewriter purchase, which is at my office in town for the moment. It's a Halda Model 6, and it weighed about a ton. So I carried it from the secondhand store. Slippery, icy cold, but it stands there, and it was worth it for I got $45. So I got it and carried it back home. Otherwise, I've been doing some letter writing because I came across a book. Here in Sweden, we have the Swedish Academy who awards the Nobel Prize. And one of the people sitting in the Swedish Academy has written a book where he reminiscence of the typewriter of his youth. So I actually wrote him a letter on one of my royals saying, because he was saying in the book, oh, how I miss the tingling of the silver bell of the typewriters of my youth, the Royals, the Coronas, the Olivettis. So I actually sent him this past week, a note written on typewriter say he can borrow one for me to sort of relive that, the sensation of hearing the silver bells again. So I don't know if I'm ever going to get an answer, but it's a cool thing to do, reaching out, stretching into the typosphere.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, so that's about it. That's about it in the typewriting world for me.
Yeah.
I just want to the previous discussion here about the typosphere. I think what Joe said and what Sean said concerning prices, because I think people are getting more savvy about the typosphere and the typewriters from now on, because 2-3 years ago you can get a Hermes 3000 for a reasonably good price at Swedish e-auctions, where I mostly get my typers from. And now they are up to, 1,000 kroner, which is, $90, something like that. So I believe there's a sort of a savviness. People know this is a, renowned typewriter kind of brand. I don't know. That's just my hunch, because those kind of prices were not, back in the 2-3 years ago. It was much lower prices on those. So maybe people are starting to see and explore these typewriters as well.
Yes.
As the typosphere broadens, so to speak.
Yep.
Yeah,
definitely.
Well, also the vendors are moving all around the world. Like my faucet is coming to me from Switzerland, and the gentleman I purchased it from is Torontonian. So like I had to order it from far, but it's my fellow citizen that is sending it to me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
funny.
Yeah.
I do find it's very exciting to see so many people educating themselves about typewriters, the history of typewriters, but then also the repair. And but with that, you get people realizing what they have. So
and that's a kind of cool thing, because I know in my collection I'm the most least handy person in the universe. I can't basically do anything. I can't do anything with my hands except typing and perhaps cook food, but that's about it. And I've come to the point in my collection where I have to do some maintenance work, since my favorite typewriter needs to be degreased and serviced. So I gotta get into that kind of handiwork stuff, and a little bit nervous. I must say, I'm a little bit nervous for wrecking things because I have a frog green Groma colibri that's totally needs degreasing and a little bit of service, and I can't use it because the keys are basically stuck from old grease. So I can't use it until I have done some servicing on it. But it's going to be a shaky experience, I'll tell you.
Send you all my
start.
good vibes. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Evan's-
thank you very much.
Good
Thank you very much. I'm going to need those. Thank you very much.
Gregory,
Yes.
you were asking about an aerogram.
Yes.
This is an aerogram from 1988. Don't know how well you can see it.
Oh yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It cost 5 rupees from Bombay, India.
No.
And the way it works is it folds out. You are allowed to write on this pane, this pane, this pane, and that pane, but not the other 2 panes, as those are the to
Yeah.
and from addresses.
Yeah.
Now, this was obviously sent to my wife when she was still living at home.
Nope,
No,
nope.
where were you living?
That
then?
was in 88.
88, yes.
I was living in Calgary,
Yeah,
but mom and dad had gone to India for their retirement trip.
okay, yeah, so,
So they would take turns. Mom would write and then dad would write.
oh, yes. it's from
So
my-
that is a
Yeah.
treasure because that's
Where's
my
your
mother's
wife?
handwriting.
Sorry, say again?
Do we see your wife? She's hiding.
They want
Aw.
to see you.
She usually pops
So
up.
she here in a hurry.
There she is.
Hello. This
Hello.
my father was from India and my mom was from Holland, and they met in Edmonton, Alberta. And when after dad retired, they went to England, Holland, and India for 3 months, and they would take turns once a week writing us 3 kids.
Oh.
And my mom died 26 years ago next month,
Oh.
and so to have something with her handwriting
Exactly.
is beyond priceless to me.
Exactly.
I'm getting all teary just thinking about my mother, and my husband never got to meet her.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's too young.
Yes, he's too young, but I know he will meet her eventually.
Yeah.
Oh.
Happy
So-
New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Oh, did I see some of these faces last night?
Yes, you did. You
Yes.
saw Kimberly.
Kimberly, yeah. I honestly, I do have clothes other than my bathrobe, Kimberly.
and-
We should
okay.
do a bathrobe Sunday theme.
I know.
One of these days.
That's how I go to church
funny.
now.
Now, this here is Joe Van Cleve.
Oh, okay. I've heard you
Hi.
talk about
Yeah.
him. I don't believe a word Bill said, by the way.
Well,
Okay.
I would describe Joe Van Cleve as being a warm-hearted, seasoned storyteller.
Oh,
Aw,
Bill wants something from you, Joe.
Yes, now I'm tearing up now. I'm tearing
that's
up.
right. Yeah, and now he's going to have all his doors made wider so he can
Yeah.
get his head through.
And this
That's
is
right.
Sean Bowley, the typewriter specialist in Calgary.
Oh, hello, Sean.
Howdy,
who
how?
won these-
I hope we get to meet face to face sometime. You're
One
just
day.
up the road.
Yeah.
Yep.
Come on out to the farm for a visit.
and
In the
then,
summer.
There you go.
Chicken.
This is Bill Guthrie, the one in Portland, Oregon, who writes long letters.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hello.
And
Oh, yes. And Diane, I met last night.
yes, and you also met Reverend Theodore Monk.
No, I didn't realize you were you. Hello. I've seen some of your videos. What a pleasure.
Well, hello.
Now tell me, is that an actual ecumenical designation?
I do.
Are you
have-
an actual pastor?
I am ordained by a church,
Which church?
the Beer Church,
Oh, gotcha.
and
Okay.
Universal Life Church, actually.
Oh, I hope that's not an insurance policy.
In a matter of speaking, it is actually
There you go.
Insurance
Right?
policy, yes.
for
Look,
your
I'll
soul.
let you get back to talking about what you want to talk about with someone you actually know and like.
Oh.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy
Good to
New
see you.
Year.
New Year.
Here you go,
Happy
dear.
New Year.
Does Curry have an introduction too?
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
shut
this is my wife Becky. But it's been a while since I've been on. But sometimes she pokes her head in, so some of you may have met her before.
Yes.
Hi, Becky.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
typewriters now. I better learn from you
Yeah,
guys.
it's other duties as assigned on during weekdays when I'm working at the
Oh, it's
airport,
like-
and she has to have got somebody dropping off a typewriter.
I
Or,
can't. I have a dog. Oh, right now they're here.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like, sorry, I'm Harry. It's professional here, really.
And how are you doing, Curry?
Good, good. Obviously, I've been busy the last number of months since going back to work in August, so I haven't been able to make it out very often. But because now the weekends are kind of the only time that we have to get out and hit the antique shops and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Becky's home during the week, so got to get out of the house at some point. And so, but no, still been busy with the typewriter biz, and now we're getting ready to host our first type in. Which is official. So 5th of March at our local public library. So I'm starting to put stuff together for that, little ID cards to go next to each typewriter with a little bit of a type sample and a few fun facts about them and stuff like that. So I got some work to do over the next 8 weeks, but yes, and Becky's got to learn a few more. Here, pull a ribbon out. Here, learn how to put it back in and stuff like that.
Yes.
And I just got to say, every time that somebody else joins this Zoom meeting, it makes like a doorbell sound.
Yep.
And I have my cat on my lap here, so every time the doorbell sound goes, he's like looking for the door. It's hilarious.
Oh man.
Oh. But no, everything else has been good, and the typewriter business has been steady, and work is good. So I'm a construction coordinator for our local airport. So we've got lots of construction and expansion. One of the few airports that are actually growing right now in the middle of all this. But I know it's been good. So
excellent.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead.
With your business, are you focusing more on repairs or sales?
Well, sales and service. So yeah, I don't like to get into the big restorations and doing like, oh, you want museum quality? No, I'm not doing that. Like, you want it cleaned up? You want me to clean the type and get it working and fix a few broken parts or something like that? Yeah, I'll do that. But and then I've got some more for sale that I've got right now, and sold the Royal Quiet Deluxe between Christmas and New Year's to a fellow that's probably the closest customer I've ever had. He's like a couple blocks away. But people are still finding me, and I've got somebody coming at 3:00 this afternoon, dropping off. What was it, Olympia? No.
Studio tiny one, a teeny one.
What is it? The ultra portable Olympias.
Yes, Steph.
Have a number with
Yeah.
it.
So
33, 66, 99.
Splendid. The Splendid.
Splendid. That's it.
Splendid. Yes.
Too much in the old brain. But yes, she's gonna drop one of those off.
Nice.
And yeah, I've got a couple in line for service right now. So no, it's been good. And I've also got an aviation business that I started first. Some of you will know the story. I started it in November of the year before last, and like, a few little jobs here and there, but it's been pretty quiet because of the pandemic. And then in April of last year, then I launched Willow Creek Typewriters, and Willow Creek Typewriters has been supporting the aviation business and keeping everything afloat. And I go on my Google Analytics, and for my aviation business, it's like, all right, in the last month you had like 40 hits or something like that, and then I go on Willow Creek Typewriters, and it's like you've had 1,600 hits. So it's crazy, the difference. But I guess that's the difference between Bob Marshall, I think, said that this is a want-driven business, right? It's like people want a typewriter, they have inherited one, or they found one at a thrift store or whatever, and so now they want to get it fixed. So there's a lot more searching going on for typewriters than there are for say aviation or construction safety stuff and things like that. And so it'll get there eventually, but it's funny to see the difference. But so the typewriter stuff, basically this side of Toronto, I'm kind of it. I know there's True North Typewriters. He's in Aurelia. Toronto Typewriters, of course, in Toronto. So we're around, but there's lots of territory that southwestern Ontario is a pretty population dense area. So there's enough. I don't want it to be my full-time gig just yet, but I know I'm watching some of the others that have started shops, and Kirk and
Tony.
Sorry?
Tony, this Typespace.
Typespace guy.
Yeah, Typespace and Kirk Jackson that he just announced that he's going to open a brick and mortar store and things like that. So yeah, maybe someday, but I'm happy just to be, I can come home and I can work on them in the evenings and stuff like that. And it's not the full-time gig yet, but we'll see where this all goes, because the last almost going on 2 years for me now being in this, and
wow,
54 machines in my own collection. And yeah, the one in between Christmas and New Year's, he walked in and his eyes went right for one of my Black Royal Quiet Deluxes, and Becky's like, no, not that one. And I mean, people come in and there's something that catches their eye, we're again anything goes, except for my Hermes 3000. I did have somebody that messaged me and said, do we have any Hermes 3000s in stock? I'm like, no, I'm not letting that one go just yet. But no, so, obviously people are coming in, and it's, in my home. And so there's typewriters everywhere. So sometimes they'll see one and you're like, oh, you like that one, do you? Oh, crap. I guess, I'll clean that one up for you and you can have that one. But,
Special price.
but is we're, I think like Joe was saying, like, we're really only, caretakers of these things. There's no sense me trying to hold on to them. If I've enjoyed them for a while and somebody else wants to enjoy it, then you go right ahead, because there's no sense in me accumulating a house full of typewriters and not letting other people enjoy them. So that's the whole point.
With that, Curry.
So it'll be fun to see what happens at our type in, and hopefully we get some people out and COVID doesn't put too much of a damper on it. But we'll see 2 months from now, kind of anybody's guess. But they're saying that the COVID here in Ontario, at least, is forecast to kind of peak at the end of January. So I don't know how, what it'll look like after that, but yeah.
Now, Curry.
Yes.
When it comes to cleaning, servicing, reconditioning, etc., the 3 levels that we used to use in the farm equipment business was recondition, what it means you take the machine in, give it a full cleaning, greasing, lubing, tuning, replace a few parts if needed, and send it out. So type out of that would be a basic service, cleaning, tuning. Refurbishing would include the platen renewing and getting everything correct. Reconditioning, that's what the vintage car restorers used to do. Restoring, or is what the vintage car collectors do to their cars, full paint job and everything, that right back to factory showroom condition.
Yeah.
So I always figure reconditioning, refurbishing, and restoring are the 3 different levels. I do reconditioning. I've done a couple of refurbishing with platens from JG Short, but I haven't got into a full restoration yet.
Yeah, and I haven't done a refurbish yet, so getting a new platen. I did have a brother that came in just before Christmas, and it was one that they had found at one of our local antique malls. And usually with the brothers are pretty good, but this is the first one that I had seen that the whole platen was like cracked all the way, like all over the thing was just cracked. Like, I don't know what conditions it was left in, like whether maybe it froze at one point, or I don't know, but I'd never seen one like that. And so I asked the guy, like, you really should consider getting the platen, redone. And but then when I contacted JJ Short, I mean, yeah, certainly if you're just going to send in one, it doesn't make a lot of economic sense. But even for that one, with the cost plus shipping and stuff, it probably would have been another $100 on top of the service for this guy. So
US.
Canadian.
So,
translated, it was going to be 60 US or something.
The last one I had done by JG Short was 75 US plus shipping. So that works out to close to 130 Canadian.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So what I've been trying to tell my customers is, if you want the platinum recovered, you're looking at about 150 Canadian to get it done.
Mhm. Yeah. So, and on a brother that, for the rest of it, it's gonna, the rest of it, just to do the recondition, I think it was maybe an hour and a half, something like that I charge him. He's like, oh, I don't want to get the platinum redone right now. It's for my daughter. And so I told him, I said, if you change your mind down the road, he may bring it back. But it wasn't actually typing too badly, considering that the whole platinum was all cracked all the way through. So
Wow.
maybe it'll be not too bad. But yeah, again, I've got a couple of brothers for sale right now that $249, $299, and so if you're really going to spend that much money, you may as well just take the money and throw it towards one that's already ready to go. And I've had a few people like that before, where it's just like, okay, well, this is going to be this much work. Do you really want to spend the money, or do you want to just throw it towards another machine? And they usually just go, yeah, I don't have any emotional attachment to this thing. I'll give them a $50 trade in or something like that, and then they go away happy. So that's the whole point, right? You don't want people to put all this money into something and that they may or may not end up using, but you want them to go away happy and enjoy the experience and what they've got. So that's what it is for me. Yeah.
Excellent. It sounds like you've found a good, comfortable level that you feel comfortable at, and yeah, that's great. It's been exciting because we've essentially seen your business kind of grow right here on Typewriter Club Live. So that's
And,
pretty exciting.
and my hair grow as well.
Yeah,
So
that
I'm
too,
working
yes.
I'm trying to catch up to Bob Marshall. I don't know whether I'll ever make it.
You have a ways to go.
This has grown certainly from what it's when I started with this group too. They just let it grow. No sense in getting it cut. Working in construction it doesn't matter too much. I used to get the haircut every 4 weeks, but
yeah.
During
when I first met you, you were so clean cut. But it's very good to see you, Gary.
Yes, it's good to finally be back again and have some stuff to share. Still sort of finding one machine a month on average, and just before Christmas came across. Well, actually, Becky spotted it.
I always find them.
She's the one that often finds them first. Whether she's a few steps ahead of me, I guess, going through these places. And she's like, "Oh, look at this! This is Olympia SG1, the same place where I got my first SG1." And I'm like, "Well, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, look at it. It's like beautiful." And they only wanted like $35 or something for it. Like, yoink, yes, please.
Wow.
And so I get it home, and then the E key, the X key was jammed, and I'm like, what's wrong with this? What is really wrong with this? This is why I was going for so cheap.
Yeah.
But all it needed was some mineral spirits. I guess it had some damp on it at some point, just in that one spot, and there was something just seized in it, and sort of put some mineral spirits on it, left it overnight, went in the next day, and X is working no problem. Like, beautiful machine with the paper table, the paper support and everything, and the nice part is it's elite. So my first one was Pica, this one's elite. So I was like, all right, I guess it's a keeper because it's different from the first one. So
Little teeny things with so many
awesome machines, the SG ones.
Yeah, they
a
are.
little bit big to lug around, but
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, I rescued one like that. It was while I was helping some people clear out their late father's estate, and I had gotten some other collectors to assist, meaning they came and they took a look. I mean, this was a mess. This was a huge collection of these things, and all said and done, whenever we packed up on that last day, there was some things that the guy was not going to take and I wasn't going to take. So, I mean, they had like a pile of the toy typewriters, and then there were some things that were just rusted beyond any hope. And so clearly we didn't take any of those, but there was an SG1 sitting there in the garage, and he didn't, or garage, well, it could have been, no, it was not the garage, it was the basement. But anyway, he didn't want it. Now I'm looking at it thinking, dang, this is a perfectly good machine. So I took it. and it's an elite. It cleaned up just fine. I'm like, I know this will just clean up fine and it'll go. And it's one of 4 that I have. And I have one that's Pica, one that's elite, one that's the double Gothic, and
wow.
one that's manuscript, which I sent Bill a letter with the manuscript, which is, it's not a script at all. It's 17 CPI.
Oh man.
Tiny.
Yeah. Excellent.
I'll send one to Joe next.
I know. He has
He's
his
ready.
magnifying glass ready. Oh, excellent. Lindsay, how are you doing?
I'm doing really good.
Excellent.
Had a really fun week. I actually lied to you guys last week. I had kind of forgotten about it because I had ordered it a while ago, but it was this machine. It was another silent. Because, oops, hold on. I'm like,
There we go. Thank you.
Woo.
With 3 stripes on 3 rollers. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
With the triple stripe and the triple rollers on the
Yes,
bail.
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And I had mentioned earlier, I have another silent, but it was a much cheaper buy, and it does have some problems. Like the vibrator doesn't move quite. It's like the vibrator's loose on it, that I haven't figured out how to be able to tighten it. So sometimes some of the keys will strike it. And so I finally got frustrated trying to deal with it. And since I've had them for a while, I was like, you know what? I was like, maybe I should, invest in a very well done machine, because I just want to type on it. And so that's the one I bought, and I bought it from, I think it's Classic Typewriter Company. And it is phenomenal, because I had mentioned I was hoping to write some novels and stuff on it. And so he sent it to me, and it actually has the Elite typeface on it, which my other one didn't. I think it's Elite, the smaller typeface. And it's a dream to work on. And then these came in, which are the typewriter repair manuals. Huzzah. Yeah, the Smith Corona one, and then the regular, just overall general one. And it has been phenomenal to sit down and read them. A lot of it goes way over my head. But it's been really fun to kind of dig into my problem machines and really get going through those. And like I said, my appreciation for those of you guys who actually do this for fun and or a living, my appreciation went through the roof for you guys, because my patience to deal with some of this is quite short, actually. So other than that, I've just been typing up a storm on the new typewriter and having fun. So nothing too crazy over here. It's COVID's kind of hitting pretty hard on our workplace, because a lot of people went home for the holidays. But thankfully, nobody's getting super sick. It's just like, I have a little bit of a cold. And so we're lucky that way. And yeah, so hopefully sending off a bunch of letters this week or next week. So
Very good. Very good.
Cool.
Oh, and I have to mention the platen, having a lovely platen, because I've mentioned before I was going to send some off to JJ Short. Highly recommend for anyone on the fence about it, because this one has the platen redone, and it is a dream. It makes it so much better to type on.
Wow. I still need to do that, actually. I have a couple that I want to send off. So, yeah.
Do it.
I know, right?
Yes,
You
oh,
will
for sure. Hands
thank
down, do it.
yourself.
See, that's another good reason to have a Smith Corona 5 or 6 series. If you're not too mechanically inclined, it's easy to pull the platens out of those.
Yeah. Well, one that I want to replace is actually the Royal FP, which that just pops right out.
Right.
So yeah, that could not be easier. So I really have no excuse. But yeah, Lizzie, you had a great week by receiving 2 typewriter repair Bibles. So yeah.
I did. Everything kind of came all at once, and there
Yeah.
were bits I kind of forgot. Well, the typewriter repair manuals I thought had gotten lost in the mail because I ordered them like a month and a half ago. And then this one I had ordered, but obviously it was being worked on. So I knew in the back of my brain it was there, but I kind of forgot it was coming. And then they both pretty much showed up on the same day, and I was like, oh, hey, hello.
Yeah. Excellent.
I have 4 platens from Hermes 3000s that all need to go as a group to get done. As talking to Peter Short of JG Short, he was saying that if you can send 2 or more of the same diameter, you get a discount on them because they don't have to do a complete setup for every platen.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So if you've got a whole bunch of 5 series, 4 series Smith Furners, send them all at once, and they just run a production line of however many you have.
Oh, okay.
That actually makes sense why I've seen people like pulling out a whole stack, like, guess what showed up today? And it was like, flattened at one time.
Yeah, definitely.
So just a quick question. I see that Tori is listening in. Is this the same Tori who contributes to One Type page?
No, she isn't. She's my wife.
Okay. Oh, duh. Silly me.
Excellent.
Oh, well. Hi, Tori.
I don't know if she's going to talk. Let's see if she talks.
Oh, not worry.
Oh.
Not to worry.
Well, I have to get going, but I just want to say it was nice meeting you all, and I think my name and address are in the pen pal section.
Excellent.
So if anyone wants
Yes.
to shoot me off a letter, I'll do my best to get it back right away. But
Thank you so much,
Sounds
Brian.
good.
Nice
Take
meeting you.
care. Good chatting with you.
Me.
too.
Have a great week.
See you later.
You too.
Yeah.
Should have asked
Yes.
if he was related to the Bop from Hale Bop, the comet discoverers.
Oh. We may never know. Well, now you have to write in and find out.
Yeah.
Or the Big Bopper.
There you go.
I think that's kind of tenuous.
I think the comet might be tenuous. You never know.
Oh boy.
It could be 11 US actually.
Oh man. So I'm curious what Carlos is working on.
This is the Brother XL 747 that I mentioned that I was going to get, and I received it a couple of days ago, I guess. Turn this around and unblur that. Let's see. There you go.
There
So
we
yeah,
go.
I'm just doing a cleaning on it. Here's the cover of that. Maybe some of you will be familiar with.
Ah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good shape. It just needs a cleaning. It's
Yeah, it looks great. Very good. Excellent.
And what condition are the feet in on that little machine?
very good.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like
Is I've had them ranging from being very good to totally disintegrated.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, they're a strange shape. They're hard to replace.
Oh. Yeah.
Brother, I found that brother feet on those little JP ones tend to have switched a lot from model to model. There's a lot of different designs. It's kind of frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I thought, oh, let me go grab mine. I'm going to look at its feet. And I was like, oh, it's in Maine.
Oh, it's just a
long
quick
walk.
drive.
Wow.
One set there, one set in Virginia.
I know.
Hang on, I'll be right back. Carry on.
Okay.
And Sergey, I think you mentioned you were making these little notebooks, right? So I ended up making one myself. But I guess one addition that I made is I made the edges perforated. So then that way I can
Oh,
set
yeah.
something about. So that was a new addition that I. Yeah.
How do you perforate those?
You buy a little like cutter from Amazon. They're like $10, and
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it's-
Just
Oh,
a
that's
little
cool.
hand thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim Holtz makes
Nice.
one. The Tim Holtz brand has a perforated
Mm.
cutter.
yes.
Nice.
Very cool.
I
Yeah.
received a postcard from Mike. It's
Oh.
gorgeous.
I'm glad that got through to you.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, that was one where I couldn't find my regular postcards, and so I think I had the photograph there, and I figured, well, if I put a label on that from the thermal typewriter, put a label on the picture that I printed out, that made it stiff enough for a postcard. So I
I'm a
sent
huge
that out.
fan of photographic art. So I have, amongst the art that's framed on my walls, this will go to with that. I'm a
Oh,
huge
good.
fan of
Well,
photographic art.
Oh, great! I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, because I've had some other paper where I've made a postcard and sent it off to Europe, but it got damaged. It was a thicker paper, but it was soft, and so it got damaged in the run. But I think this might be a good way to do it. So thank you for letting me know that it got through to you. So
Beautiful. Yeah, I'm very excited to have it.
oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah.
Ted, I don't know what I was thinking, but for some reason I thought you were holding up a zucchini. I don't know.
That's a little hand perforator. You just
Okay.
roll it on your paper and it cuts
Yeah.
perforation in it.
Can you perforate both hands with them?
Yeah.
Oh man.
And you can perforate large hands too. Not just little ones.
There you go.
Hey, Ted, have you ever made feet kind of like this?
No, I only make feet that I can obtain originals from. So is that an Underwood?
No, actually it was made for a Smith Premier. As it was something I got from Steve Dade because I'd pulled off one of my originals and that I was able to get off in one piece.
Mm-hmm. Can you flip it around so I can see the other end? Okay, that's one end. Let me see the other end. Okay, so it's got a 2-stage hole. That would be difficult to mold.
Well, the thing about the original is that it was solid.
Mm-hmm.
It did not have.
It didn't have that hole. Okay.
It didn't have this hole.
Well, then that would be easy to cast if you didn't have to do that 2-stage hole.
Uh-huh.
How does it attach if it didn't have a hole? On the original one.
It just slides up.
Oh, okay.
Into the base.
Oh.
Sort of like a cork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I know that Steve Dade, when he was doing feet, sometimes he would kind of search the industry of rubber feet to find things that were pretty close to typewriter feet, but not actually made for typewriters. So that actually may be something that he found that was made for a different machine, and just happened to have that 2-stage hole in it for whatever machine it was originally intended for.
Oh, I see.
So if you just need a solid block that just fits up in the snug fit hole and doesn't have a screw or anything to hold it in, then you could probably just block off that hole and do a cast of it.
Oh, okay.
With the stuff that you've got right now. So
I know at hardware stores you can find the rubber stoppers that are
Mhm.
tapered, conical, and you might be able to find one that fits. Maybe it's worth trying. Look
yeah,
for
so
it.
if you don't have that kind of complex inner structure on it, you can probably find a pretty easy replacement, or you can make one pretty easily.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because that's what I was trying to do.
Oh yeah, so there's no holes in there at all. So.
There's no holes in these, and here it's not very tall.
Mm-hmm.
But on the inside you can't see it here, but there is kind of a slot where you can basically, I guess, push it out from the other side. Although I have only been able to push it out maybe once and get it out in one piece, just because the majority of these are flat or chipped or
very hard
and rock.
Yeah, and kind of stuck in there pretty hard.
And kind of stuck in there pretty good. I have to resort to some serious digging to get it out, but
Yeah,
it
so
is
that wouldn't
worth
be
it.
too hard. Yeah, you can probably find replacements for those pretty easy.
I'll have to try that tip from Joe on finding feet for the Zephyr, because the Zephyr I have, I'm guessing they just probably rotted off because they're not very big. They're tiny little circles. I'll have to try that trick because that seems like a quick fix probably so the paint doesn't scratch on the bottom.
Yeah, and there are some furniture feet that you can get at hardware stores that are the one I know we just got recently from my wife's office chair. It's just a donut of rubber with a hole, but it has a backing of metal and has a hole recess for a screw. And they're handy for things like some of the typewriter cases had feet on the outside of the case, and those got worn down. And it's nice for putting those on the case, especially if it's a kind of a typewriter like an old Underwood portable that the typewriter kind of mounts into the base, and you want to type on the base of the case, but you don't want it sliding around on the table. So just screwing in 4 little feet like that is pretty handy.
Yeah, excellent. Let's see here. Bill, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Bill,
just thought I'd check in and see how everybody else is doing.
Yeah, we're good. As I speak for everyone. Anything new in your world?
No, nothing really new here. But just holding steady, I guess.
Yeah. I do keep checking your blog, so I'm hoping for a blog post soon.
I know. Yeah, I've actually got 2 full things written up, but I'm going to edit myself and actually shorten up the content. So
okay,
we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Well, I will look forward to those when they are ready.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it's definitely good to have you here, Bill.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Yeah. William, did you get what you were looking for? You're muted, by the way.
Yes, I know. This is a machine that some friends of mine from church picked up when they were at a garage sale in a small town. The feet had completely disintegrated. I cut some circles from the different thicknesses of rubber and glued them together.
Oh, okay.
And used the original hardware to hold them.
Nice.
And hang on. Be right back.
Excellent. And let's see here. Ted, how are you doing?
I am good. I am just making a blog post right now about a camera. So.
Oh, nice. And you go by less than 3 now.
Oh, it's short and it fits.
I know.
Let's see. Have my view here.
Yeah, you sometimes have your graphics there.
Now it fits in that box.
Yeah. Excellent.
And I've already got my information at the top there. So
exactly. Oh, there we go.
That's the glue I use to stick the rubber together. It's a CA adhesive formulated specifically for rubber. Loctite 380, formerly known as Black Max. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's a great idea to custom make your own feet by piecing together things.
Yep. Yeah. Of course, working in my shop, I've got various thicknesses of rubber matting, rubber sheeting.
Oh, yeah.
Conveyor belt rubber. And yeah, just so find the appropriate pieces, use your gasket punches to cut out the right size circles and washers, glue them together and attach them and work just fine.
Nice. Excellent. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Oh,
yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Of course.
and look, Brian's typing outside.
Yeah.
Lucky guy.
Just need to move a couple of things around.
It looks like a nice day out there.
Dogs running around.
Yeah.
Brian, you need one of those bulldog clips on the top of your paper to keep.
Yeah,
it
I do. I was
flip-
just thinking I need something way down so I can show the camera.
Here, I got one right here. I can throw to you.
There you go.
I got it. Hold on.
That's funny.
I first discovered that need is when I was typing on the beach in San Diego years ago with my first Royal Mercury. And you don't want to sit with your back to the ocean. You want to look at the ocean, but you have
Exactly.
this onshore breeze that's
Yeah.
blowing the paper back over the keyboard. So I discovered a heavy bulldog clip and worked really well for keeping the paper back behind the machine.
Yeah, I after seeing you talk about that in one of your videos, I started doing that, particularly with the thermal paper, because it's
all over the place. It's real thin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that helps a lot. Yeah, very cool. So Ted, is there anything else new in your world?
Oh, let's see. Had my birthday. I got a nice
happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Typosphere
Happy
post
birthday.
from May, who wrote me a whole post about my birthday. So
She said she was going to do that last week. She was like, I'm going to write Ted something online.
Yep. So that was nice, and I went out thrifting finally for once.
Wow!
Haven't done that in a while, and I got this nice box set of the films of Charles and Ray Eames.
Oh,
so,
Ah.
that was a nice pickup at a thrift store.
Yeah.
And let's see. Can't think of anything else. Oh, I should probably show that on the camera. There we go.
What is your font on your screen?
On my screen, that is a House Industries font. I think it's something 3000. I don't remember offhand, but it's a House Industries typeface.
Looks futuristic.
Yeah.
It's futuristic.
Kind of 70s style almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
That's actually a font that I spent money on. So
looks worth it.
Yeah.
What's
I like it.
old is new.
Yep.
Well, I bought those back in I think the 90s. I bought that font set. But,
Wow.
They're still usable?
Oh yeah. I mean it's post or not PostScript, but whatever the Adobe font format is that they use for typefaces.
Wow.
Oh, somebody's having an argument.
Yeah. I often get fonts from 1001freefonts.com. And it's actually not completely true because it tells you what the license is, and some of them are commercial licenses that you have to buy, and others are like shareware, basically, where you have to donate to the person that created it, and others are actually either free or public domain. So, but they have all kinds of fonts, including stuff like that one you have on the screen there. And yeah, that's been my go-to source dating back to when I was a web designer. So I guess technically I'm still a web designer, but I used to do it for a living though. So
we need a Comic Sans typewriter font, actually. A Comic Sans typewriter is what we need.
Ooh,
There
yeah.
is one actually. I've seen it. Wow. Somebody went through and 3D printed Comic Sans type slugs and put them on a typewriter. And
yuck,
is janky as all heck. But it exists.
Wow.
You know, the more I look at yours, Ted, it looks more like 60s actually. Something coming out of the 60s than the 70s.
That sounds about right for Ted. He's a retro kind of guy.
I'm a retro kind of guy.
You're from the 60s?
I am from the 60s. I was born in 66.
66, a youngin.
Younger than me.
Okay, so I just put a link in the chat for the House Industries fonts.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
Cool, thanks.
And
Yes.
Anything new on the book front?
Nope. I've been lazy.
Okay, that's allowed.
Lazy. So very lazy. No, it's been exciting times here since the new year. It's been a lot of crazy things happening, and so I've been somewhat distracted from.
Yeah. I read about some of that. You shared your typing prompt on the Type Palooza website, which I appreciate.
Yeah, that was a heck of a weekend.
I know, my goodness. So we don't blame you for not coming back to the meeting. So
yeah, I was like, all of a sudden the phone call started coming in, and I was like, well, I'm gonna take a break here, and then I just never even got back to where I could shut off the stream.
What Gregory's not telling you is the word pals spelled backwards is slap.
Yep.
How did you come to notice that, Joe?
I always look at stuff like that.
That's Joe's worldview right there.
It's my world backwards speaking. That's right. Oh, since I'm on the air, I'm going to sign off here real quick. I got a friend coming over. We're going to go to lunch.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joe. It was good seeing you again.
Thanks for coming by, Joe.
Thank you. Good seeing everybody again. I'll try to make it next week.
See you.
Bye-bye.
See you later,
Take care.
guys.
Bye, Joe.
Have a great
Bye-bye.
week.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So
yes, Gregory, what you were hearing was my wife was listening to an online sermon. You could hear you could hear the preacher expounding the virtues of the gospel.
Oh, okay.
I see.
Excellent.
So I do have one new acquisition.
Lettera.
Ooh, lovely.
Letter 32, but the seller forgot to mention that.
Oh, spring drum's all broke.
Yeah. Draw code missing, main spring broken. So that's going to take a little bit of digging into to see if I can figure out if that spring can be repaired or if I need to find a spring from a donor machine somewhere.
Oh.
Either Oliver door or something like that. So it's cheap and nasty.
Yeah.
So you say that they didn't tell you that it was that way, or did they say it was working?
The description was nice looking 32, keys move smoothly. That's all he said.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well, he didn't lie.
That's kind of frustrating when they say it's working, and then you find, or like original condition or works perfectly, and you find some flaw. I guess I don't know whether to blame them, or maybe it was shipping that broke something, or it just finds it.
Well, if it was shipping that broke it, then the draw code would have still been in the case with the typewriter.
Yeah.
The draw code was completely missing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that's why the original owner probably stopped using it and sold it or whatever, or it got just left in the estate sale or something. For some reason or other.
Channeling your inner Columbo. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but I see another little restoration project.
Yeah.
Now you need to channel your inner MacGyver to fix it.
There you go.
The thing is that the mainspring and draw cord on typewriter works on the exact same principle as the starter cord and recoil spring on a chainsaw or a string trimmer or lawnmower. And so I work on those things all day, every day. So the draw cord and the mainspring shouldn't be that different. They shouldn't be that different. I mean, as a small engine mechanic, most small engines come in with a broken draw cord. And I've learned that a broken starter cord is usually the last symptom of other problems. When it starts, they pull and snap. Oh, now I've got to take it to repair.
Yeah.
You could almost use anything for a draw cord, a draw band.
There's a lot of options.
Yeah, I've used fishing wire. I've used string. I mean, it's the spring.
For the draw cord itself, I use the Atwood rope, the Atwood Rope Company microcord. It's a Brady 100-pound test.
See?
Yep, love that stuff.
Yeah, I've used Kevlar twine for kites.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Really great.
A kite line. I use that too.
Very cool.
Lots of options.
Yep, yep.
May I have a quick question concerning the drawband repairing? Do you need actually a special pair of pliers, or can you make do with assortment of tools that you have at your home? Do you need special kind of tools? No, okay.
It depends.
Okay, okay.
It depends on the machine, depends on your skill.
Oh, oh,
There's no one universal tool for taking those apart. It's just
okay,
you know, it's
okay.
attached and you see what's inside of it.
Yeah, okay.
So sometimes when you open up the machine, you have to reach in there. So needle nose pliers might work better.
Yeah.
They'll fit
Yeah.
in. Or even if you use like a piece of wire to grab one end, you can scoot the wire through and grab it and pull it through. So there's different little tricks. I don't know much about tools for this, but I wouldn't think you'd need a special one. It just
I used my jewelry making pliers. So if you have a craft store, you don't have to buy like handyman tools. Just go to the craft store and get like jewelry making pliers.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Another trick about threading a draw cord, if it's a cord as opposed to a band, is set the machine on its side and use gravity to pull the cord along the underside of the carriage, then pull it out to the side. Attach it to the end of the carriage, wind the mainspring up 5 turns with your thumb, then tuck the knot in at the other end, let it take tension, that'll give you a good starting point.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for the tip.
That's a small victory, which they really aren't that hard, but you feel really, really successful when you
feel like ping pong. Like,
that will be the spring project, you know.
Okay.
Probably between April and August with one machine, I think. I'm gonna test my patience with that one. Thank you for the tip.
Very good.
Lots of cats on Typewriter Club Live this morning. Brian, Becky's geeking out over Koa, and see.
That's my wheelhouse, man.
She's a
I'm
groomer.
like, look, he's in a terrier trim. Did you know that standard poodles have over 30 different types of styles that you can put them in for pattern?
Oh,
I know
wow.
10.
No.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them would be
Oh.
considered out of style now, but anything goes pretty much on them.
Yeah.
Toenail painting, bedazzling, whatever you want. I'm not that creative though. I'm like A equals B, so I can do that terrier trim, no problem.
My wife and I have a bit of a joke. If you're going to get a standard poodle, you have to learn to use a clutch.
That's awesome.
Oh boy. Oh, William.
That gets lost on most people.
Not lost.
Standard,
not lost.
Standard and automatic transmission.
Yeah. Excellent.
Grown.
Flat forehead.
I do want to give a big thank you to Michael Derling. I received your wonderful package with the thermal paper and homemade bread. And when I received the package and it said perishable in it, I was like, "Wow, what did he send me?" Yeah,
that's funny because that was a box that I'd gotten from another family member with perishables. I was like, "Oh, that's perfect for this."
Oh wow. But yes, thank you so much. That was awesome.
You're welcome. Well, thank you so much for the typewriter. This was been having a lot of fun with this.
Excellent.
And I guess I showed on the Facebook page the little let's see if I can get it.
Oh yes.
The paper holder.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Which is nice. And it's just some scrap wood, but it's just sort of, 1x2 and screwed together, and, with a dowel in there.
Yeah. That's great.
I made a mistake of putting the dowel the exact thing, and then I realized I couldn't get it out, so I had to put another.
Oh, yeah. I think the last time we saw you, the roll of paper went rolling across the room.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah,
you have
this makes it a lot easier, and actually, I like using the roll paper, and it's nice because the brother you can just sort of the paper guide, you can just sort of tear it off
Yeah.
when you're done. And
Yeah.
actually posting it online, I kind of like the rough edges at the top and bottom. So. That's fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I wrote to you about some of the other ideas, thermal things, about, and I don't know whether it's turbo typewriter, but I mean, you could, there's some things that people use to make, there's people that do mimeograph, stuff like that. So they can use some of the, I don't know whether the thermal typewriter is really efficient for this, but
yeah.
I used to use a mimeograph decades ago.
Wow.
Back in the mid 80s, early
80s.
So my other story is that I remembered on the antique mall that there was some little duplicator that was sort of like a mimeograph, but it was sort of a handheld thing that did postcards. So I went back to look for it, and I got about halfway down the aisle where I knew this stuff was located, and I said, "Oh, look at that! There's a Hermes baby."
Oh, oh wow!
Which and it was not a bad price for a Hermes baby, but it was
it was.
So I got one of them, and I forgot about the little duplicator. But
you were a little distracted.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
That's my favorite style too. I actually don't like the mint green ones.
Yeah, this one's nice. I like the colors and everything of it and all, and I'm sort of getting used to it. It's harder typing on it than some typewriters, but I think the ultra portables are kind of like that. They've got a different touch than other ones, but
definitely
cleaned up nice. It's a 49. What I didn't notice, and I don't know if everybody knows this or not, when I went looking through the typewriter database and the manuals online, I started looking. There's rockets and babies, and people say they're identical, but there's a difference that's really subtle, and that's the question mark keys in a different place.
Oh,
they're made for different markets.
Yeah, and I mean, there's sort of American style keyboard rockets that have the question mark over here and no 3/4 key.
Yeah,
but,
they're made for different countries, different markets.
Oh, okay.
Like you'll find babies more often in Europe and rockets more often in the United States.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the other way around, but yeah, this one's. I mean, it's got the dollar on it. So, but anyway, they're fun. And now I've got another one that long list of typewriters that are not on the database.
You can fix that by putting it on the database.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. I've got to do that. I got a bunch of that photograph that I haven't edited yet. So hopefully, maybe I'll get that today, but or soon.
Yes,
I don't think I've taken this one's pictures yet. No, I think I did take some pictures of this one. Then the thermal I took pictures of, and then I realized, I need some more cleanup on that when I get it out and actually photographed it. So, got to do some more things with it. I don't know if those are on the database or not, the electronic ones.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, they're pretty common. A lot of people started liking them about 5 years ago, and there was an explosion of them uploaded. So we've got a few examples.
I never see them in the wild for to buy. I see a lot of the Daisyville ones, but never see the thermals.
I got my EP20 at a Goodwill store here in Phoenix. I just walked into it, sitting on the shelf.
Yeah, you'll see them. The thing is, I used to see them a lot, but I'd ignore them because I didn't know anything about them.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I bought one and decided I liked it. And then you see them all the time because you're looking for them.
Yeah.
A lot of it, especially for a smaller machine like that, is a matter of awareness, whether you are actively looking for one or whether you just don't care.
Yeah, and those brother models with the chiclet keys, they don't look a lot like a typewriter, so they may not be in that section, maybe an aisle over from where you expect them to be.
That's true.
I see the Daisy Wheels like for a while there, I couldn't go into a thrift store without seeing a Daisy Wheel typewriter under $10.
Yeah,
but I bought one, and that was enough of that.
Yeah. You just need one. That's all.
Yeah, and it's come in handy, because I was doing Christmas letters, and my wrist was starting to get tired I was typing on the script, the Montgomery Ward script machine. So I pulled out the the electronic one, and was able to finish the Christmas letters and script on for family on the daisy wheel. But other than that, then it goes back in the garage. So
Yeah.
So you're saying we all need one just to know that we don't need any more?
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But the thermals are really interesting. So thank you, Greg, again for sending that to me. But
Yeah.
that's it's fun. It's real different.
Yep.
To work with.
Yeah, definitely.
It's funny how it goes sort of back and forth as you type.
Yeah. It definitely takes some getting used to, because, well, even like the daisy wheels, if you go from a manual typewriter to a daisy wheel, is kind of a little jarring, because it's like watching an out of sync movie or something.
Yeah.
But the thermal typewriters, it's something entirely different, because it's moving back and forth, and definitely.
The weirdest thing about the first time on an electronic was I hit the shift key and it's like, wait a minute, nothing happened.
Yeah. That's funny.
The plotter typewriters are even stranger than that, because they write the letters out one at a time.
Oh my goodness.
The paper's moving left, right, up and down, and the things go back and forth. They're very strange.
Yeah, you sent me a letter where you had used yours, and it clearly had issues.
Yeah, it wouldn't pick the pen up all the time when I was done with the letter. So it write something, and then the long lines elsewhere on the paper would start.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pen tips for those, finding good pen tips for those is basically unobtainium. There are several different sizes that are like a millimeter off of each other. So a lot of times you'll find one that fits, but it doesn't write well because it's not long enough to touch the paper. And I've gone through a lot of trouble just trying to get my pen plotter typewriters working. And
Well, gee, I've got like 7 or 8 of them, Ted.
yeah, I've got one, but I have tried different things, like taking mechanical pencil, like thick mechanical pencil leads, and sticking them in there, and old ballpoint tips, putting them in there, and depending on what you use as the pen tip, you can get some very different writing styles out of those machines, because the tension against the paper is different. So you can get all the way up from like if you put a wedge pencil lead in there, you can get some nice calligraphy going, and it's got different hands depending on what materials you use for the tip.
Wow.
Yeah, I have some new old stock ones I got on eBay, but besides that, I have 3 or 4 that came with a Radio Shack PC2, maybe is the one it is. It has a plotter that it plugs into, and that plotter's an Alps plotter just like that, so it's got the same tips, and it came with like 4 extra ones. I think 3 of them actually work.
Yeah, I bought a bunch of Atari pen tips for their pen plotters, and those are just a tiny bit too short.
Oh, it's terrible.
It was very sad, because I spent like $40 on
oh boy
set of tips.
Is the Atari on the Alps mechanism, or is it something different?
Yeah, it's the same mechanism. It's just a different size of pen tip. So
that sucks.
Yeah, I think Alps made all of those plotter type mechanisms that went into different machines.
Yeah, that's my impression too.
Wow.
Okay, well,
excellent. Diane, how are you doing? I see you're typing, and I'm interrupting you.
Oh, I'm fine.
That's good.
I'm working on a letter to Eric.
Eric Mondo.
Yes.
I recognize the seal.
Yeah, I'm kind of behind. I got it on November 12th. I'm trying to do what Joe suggested. I'm trying to remember to stamp the date on the back of the envelope whenever I get it, so that I know when I got it, so I can kind of figure out the order in which I reply to my letters. So yeah, I'm using this Olympia SM4 wide carriage, which I have yet to actually put on the database, but it's
oh, nice. It's heavy. Yeah.
It's heavy, yeah.
Very nice.
That is super
So-
weird seeing you with a modern typewriter.
I know, right? A quote unquote modern typewriter.
I got the 1902 Smith Premier 5 right next to it.
Okay, good.
I do appreciate that you have been uploading your machines to the database, though. That's very nice.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember to do a type sample, and I've got a pile of cards just for that in my desk drawer here.
Yay.
Yeah, it's like I think my pile is about this thick in the in those that I have uploaded. But yeah, this one is, I had it in the shop for a while because of I had a vibrator issue where it wasn't coming up far enough. Unfortunately, the video that Phoenix Typewriter put out on the subject is for an SM3, and the mechanism is different.
Oh.
Yep. Because I looked, I'm like, dang it. So I don't really know what the solution is.
I would say your best solution is the typewriter repair Bible for the SM1 through 7.
Yeah, I have that, but I don't think I had that at the time I had noticed this issue, and I just got it back from the shop in the last couple of weeks. So
Okay.
And I think in general they got it right, but I am kind of curious as to what the mechanism is, because it's much different than the SM3. But anyway, one thing I do like about this is that when I make a mistake, and invariably we all make mistakes in the middle of the page, I can shove this thing over and I can make it go even further.
Then erase. Oh, yeah.
And I can erase my mistake. I can do the margin release, and now it's as far over as it'll go. But that's kind of nice, because invariably my mistakes are all in the middle of the blasted page.
Yeah, those plastic guides on the Olympias make it harder to get to the mistakes.
Yeah, that's true. They do. But even with my Smith Coronas, invariably the mistakes are still in the middle of the page where I can't get at it. And trying to use whiteout on one of these is an interesting experience. And yes, I have successfully done whiteout on a Smith Premier.
You're better than me. I just give up and do a little XX over it and keep going.
Yeah, I'm all about triple X too.
It depends on what kind of a mood I'm in, and most of the time I'm just like, I can't stand it.
That's where I like the little white correction strips.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
I imagine those would be pretty awkward to use on an understrike machine.
Yeah.
I bought some of these a while back.
Oh yeah.
And these are great.
Yeah.
The one thing I have found about those is that the white on those is to match today's printer paper, which is too white for the vintage typewriter paper.
Yeah. Well, as I'm using today's printer paper, I find it okay. The only time it's not okay is whenever I pull out the blue paper or the green paper that I have. I have some 11 by 14 and 11 by 17 paper.
Well, that what red ribbon was for. People used to just cross out mistakes with red. So draw attention to it. Go ahead. It's part of the art.
Well, on those colors, I might. On those colors of paper, I might have to, because doing this looks really weird. But
Bill,
yeah.
There's a letter coming that during the middle of my typing, the ribbon reversed directions, and at the start of the reverse, it typed in fainter. It's still completely legible, so I didn't apologize for it. I just kept going. Like Tom said,
part of the beauty. Part of the beauty.
Yeah, it's part of the beauty. So the ribbon reversed, like, you know how when it naturally automatically reverses, when it started to reverse, it was very faint at that beginning of the. I didn't even mention it. Like, Bill's the one who will apologize if it goes crooked. Not me. I keep it in. You can read it. It's perfectly legible. It's just, quirky.
Well, I know. I've sent Bill a letter like that. The poor fellow, because it's like I was trying to diagnose a Smith Premier, whichever one it was, I forget now. And I was having trouble, and I was just typing away, and it's like, well, it's really faint, but yeah, I guess you can still sort of kind of read it.
Bill's the last guy to complain about
though.
that. Bill's the last guy to complain about it. He's just happy getting a letter.
That's right.
Really
Although one of Diane's letters was in a losing battle with her cat, I recall.
Like, is that like the dog ate your homework type of letter?
That was memorable. It ate part of the letter. There are bite marks, and she went on to explain it in the letter, so it was quite memorable.
Yeah, I had that happen to some tax paperwork once. I showed up at the tax preparer at tax time, and I handed her this stuff, and the chew marks were obvious, and it's like, yep, the cat was trying to eat my tax papers. So most of the time, important papers wind up in a drawer or a plastic bin where the cats can't get to them.
Yeah.
But if they sit out here like this overnight, sometimes I'll come in. Like, thanks a lot, cat. I don't want to retype this.
I think Bill gets all my letters where I'm trying out a new machine, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to type you a letter on this one, and then I'm like, oh, okay, this is wrong with it, and this is wrong, and then I have to switch.
Yeah.
Hey, Angela,
I take them all.
Yes.
Am I writing to you in the southern location now or the northern location?
I'm in Virginia.
Okay, because it's like I think yours is second of 3 right now.
Okay.
After this one.
I have a binder, and I punch them and put them in the binder in the order I receive them. It doesn't mean I have to reply in order. I can reply in whatever order I want, but it does help me to keep track. And while I have the floor, I have my Hermes.
Oh, excellent.
Here is my definitely unorganized drawer.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I have a binder.
Oh yeah.
My $50 Hermes.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I have fixed a whole bunch of things already. A bunch. Every time I fix one thing, I find another. Did you know how the margins work on this thing?
Yes.
There's a little spring in there which was messed up. So that took many attempts to get that fixed. Trying to stick a wire through and catch it, and
Isn't that cool though? That little red moving to see your margins. I just thought that was so awesome.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's cool, but I mess it up every time I do the carriage lock thing. I'm like, damn, I touched the wrong lever.
Yeah.
I did too. I wound up selling mine. I couldn't, the touch got to the point where it was too mushy and I couldn't deal with it. And somebody else wanted
what I
it.
expected.
What?
It's a different touch than I expected. I've never had one before, and I wanted to try one out. But when I saw this one for $50, I was like, well, I might as well just buy it. That price, I snatched.
You got to
it
try
right
it
up.
for that price.
Yeah, if I didn't like it, I could sell it.
What were you expecting it to be like?
Looser and more clicky.
I don't know. I think it was in the letter I sent to you.
Yeah.
The one I had briefly, the best word I had for it was creamy.
Yes. I hear people say buttery.
Buttery, yeah.
Yeah. I have an Erica 5-tab, which it's very clicky. I don't know how to describe it, but I really like that feel. I tried out a Corona flat top that had that same feel too. It's like very quick.
So I have an Olympia SF. To me, I hear lots of good things when I look at some of the people's remarks about that. But I find it too spongy, and that's the word I use. I don't know if that's similar to.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good word
Just
too.
like it's not direct. It feels just.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I don't like that. I'm kind of like you. I'd rather have the springiness or the bounce.
You have a favorite touch? Which laptop? I mean, which laptop?
They could be laptops.
Typewriter. Which typewriter has the best touch for you?
Yeah, I've got some Triumphs that I like a lot, and they're direct. They're quick. I've got, I don't know, maybe I haven't counted them, 5 maybe Triumphs. One's an upright, and then I actually took a portable one on the cruise I was on, so that's real cool. But yeah, my wife found last month, they were in North Carolina. She found a Hermes in a thrift store, called me and said, "Do you want this?" And I said, "Well, I don't know what condition it's. I can see it looks, little scrapes, but I didn't know if it worked or anything like that." And we kind of begged off. I could have gone either way, but I didn't know how they feel. So I'm glad you're providing that feedback.
Me,
How much was it?
spongy is the Latera 32 that I have.
Yes.
That feels spongy, whereas the I like the feel of the Hermes, but it's not snappy.
Yes, snappy. That's the word. I like snappy.
Yeah.
Now you also have to consider that none of the machines I have ever been serviced. So that probably changes the touch too,
It's hard to say because these things are so old, you don't know how they've evolved. You can't compare unless you have 2 of the same kind, and then they're just the same age. So you really
true.
Can't compare.
Yeah, and they're all old enough now they could be treated totally differently over the course of their lifespan. So it's kind of cool that every machine is unique, yet like for me, most of the Olympias feel fairly similar to one another. The faucets that I've tried feel fairly similar. The Smith Coronas feel fairly similar, but there are definitely differences from one machine to the next, even of the same model and year. So it's kind of cool that way, I think.
Of course, condition would play a role in that. Yeah. So
now I do have both the Boxy and the Kirby Hermes 3000. And what I have found is that the Kirby 3000, the keyboard is almost rigid and the whole feel is very snappy. On the Boxy one, the keyboard itself feels spongy. Now, I don't know if that's something has broken inside somewhere or gone wrong or come loose. But when you press one of the middle keys, all the keys go down a little bit. It's almost like the keyboard itself, the whole thing is sprung.
I don't think it was designed to do that.
I don't know.
That's pretty wild.
Wow, because
Yeah.
the one that I had was one of the green ones, the curvy, and it felt like mush.
Okay.
I think I'd seen one of the boxier ones in an antique store, but I think I tried it out, but it got to the point where I'm like, okay, do I really need this? I'm tripping over things now. No.
Yeah.
And this was pre-pandemic, so it's like, nah, I don't think so.
yeah.
Everybody has a price.
Yeah.
I have decided that Smith Premier is my price right now. I want that number 9. That's the needle in the haystack. So
Yeah.
of course it doesn't stop me from rescuing others in the meantime.
Of course.
Show must go on.
Yeah. Yeah.
In what area of the country do you live, Diane? Not specifically, but
Midwest.
Midwest.
Yeah.
So maybe send people your information. That way, if we run across one, we can snag it for you.
Well, I found one locally whenever I first got in. When I first got into this, I was looking on, I guess it was Craigslist or something, and I found one locally my first Smith Premier. It turned out there was a break in the let's see, there was a break, although I was able to repair it. Now I'm trying to balance this on a typewriter while showing you the next one over. So it was right here, which is an inconvenient place because that's where the line advance goes. And so it was in a real bad place, but I was able to get it fixed. The guy, that was my first experience of JB Weld, and the guy at the local repair shop. It took 2 tries, but he got it to work. And so right now, unfortunately, that's the one that the space bar underneath, it got jostled whenever I was moving it, and so I haven't been able to get the spring tension back into that spring and get it re-secured under there. I see how it goes, but I think somebody jury rigged this one at some point. They actually had it like coming out in the front, which is not supposed to do. Whenever I look at all the others, and it's like, well, I haven't figured it out yet, so it's kind of on the shelf for now.
Yeah.
Project in waiting.
Yep.
It's funny. I have one project that I have. It's like, yeah, I would like to actually quote restore a machine, but I haven't done it yet because A, it's winter, and B, it's that fox there on the end. That's uncovered. Oh.
That's amazing.
Sorry, I'm kind of tilting because it's like I'm just anyway.
That's okay.
Where did you find that?
I found that locally on Facebook Marketplace.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, there's a couple of keys where the bar itself is corroded and they're kind of they've kind of disconnected. They're sunk down. They're sitting on the base right now, and the base isn't in great shape either. But I don't know. What?
Beautiful machine.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a number 3, I think. I think I did actually put it on the typewriter database as is. It's got some nice decals on the side. The back of it could use some help. I think the back of it wound up in some water. Because whenever I looked in there, it's like that's the part that's the worst off. There's plenty of rust. There's plenty of rust, but there's Ted with his blog post. But yeah, I'd like to give it a shot, trying to get it going again. But I need time and warm weather to work outside, and clearly that's not going to happen today. It might be nice in air quotes, but it's cold.
Yeah.
When you see machines like that, they're exposed. The innards are exposed like that. It makes it look amazing how something so old, it looks so fragile, can still work.
Exactly.
And be that old. It looks much more fragile than it probably really is. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I did have a Fox. I forget which model it was. I want to say it was a 23 or something. It was out of that estate that I was talking about earlier. I picked it up for a fellow collector in Ohio. In fact, he was the one who whenever we first saw the directional keys on one of my Smith Premiers, he's like, "Oh, you got to restore that." And I hadn't done squat up to that point, mind you. With a few phone calls from him and time and patience, a great deal of time. It's like, okay, I there were times where I just got to the point where, okay, plop up, clean, and yeah, I'm to the point where I can at least get them working. That that doesn't make them pristine, shiny. I wish, but. It's not too hard to get one working if it's not a total rust bucket. I have not been able to do. I haven't tackled a total rust bucket, although I have one of those as well. It's not as bad as some I've seen that have been sitting outside. This one was from I actually got 3 Smith Premiers out of that estate, and this is one of them. I was gonna try and put a ribbon on one so I could get a type sample off it, that the Scandinavian one. I still haven't gotten a type sample off of it, but there's no reason I shouldn't be able to, as long as I put a ribbon on it. Duh.
Excellent. So Rich, how are you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm doing good. We've been busy. We were on a cruise, an 11-day cruise.
Oh yes.
And I think you talked me into taking a typewriter.
Oh, nice.
I did take my Triumph Tippa, the little one, and it's pretty cool. I used it a few times. I was a little bit nervous about it making too much noise into the other cabins, but didn't. The cruise was half empty. It was very, I'm not even sure it was 60 or 40% populated. It was a lot of room on there, and it was pretty good. I didn't find. I usually, when I travel, I try to find a fountain pen, but I didn't really find one here because we didn't do much antiquing when we were just other excursions. But somebody was talking about making notebooks. I don't know how deep y'all got into that before I got here, but this is what I do. I just happen to be in the process of making them. So I made this one some time ago. I've probably been using it about 4 years and 5 years. I think I made it when I first got to Germany, so 6 now. And I make the inserts. I make the calendars. I make the monthlies, and then note pages. I don't know if you can see them from here. But then I carve them. This is the other one I carved with the fishing theme.
Oh yeah.
What I do is I make the whole thing where this is this year's. I'm in the process of making 2022. So each one of these will be a month. I folded and cut up the paper, put a cover in them, and then now I'm going to sew them together and then slice them to dimension. And so there's one I've already done January because we started that. But so that's kind of in process here, and I do that when I travel too. I've got several of these that I made, and I make the notebook inserts for them too. And that way I can do the journaling when I'm traveling. I just kind of record stuff. So I've been doing those for some time. I've done I've made some, I've given some away and stuff, and because I like to carve the designs in the leather and that kind of stuff. But that's kind of kept me busy this week after getting back from the cruise. I just work's been really crazy trying to catch up. I was out on leave for 3 weeks, and now I'm just killing emails, trying to catch up. And between that and getting this and whatever else, has been kind of busy. And I did notice one other thing I want to share. I just happened to have this with me, and it didn't occur to me to share this before. This is we went down to Key West, I think around May or something like that. And there's, if you've been there, there's the Hemingway house is there. And so Ernest Hemingway lived in this house on Key West where he did the bulk of his writing, or at least a whole bunch of it. And in it, I found this ballpoint pen. I don't know what it was, $5 or something. But if you can see it, it's got a typewriter image on it right there with a cat.
Oh, wow.
Because they have the 6-toed cats. They're just wandering all over the place in there. So this is like the only pen I've got that has a typewriter on it. It's a ballpoint with the Hemingway house. Just thought that was kind of interesting to share.
Yeah. There's actually a book about those Hemingway cats.
6-toed cats.
Yeah. Because those are basically the cats that he had there. So I think that's how they got populated there.
A whole family tree of them now. Yeah. They're all over.
Polydactyl is what they're called.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Makes them sound like a dinosaur.
An actress from the 60s. Polydactyl.
Yeah,
there you go.
Polydactyl, yeah, something like that. But he has some of his typewriters on display in there. Well, he doesn't, they do. And there's one in his writing room. I think they're Royals, if I remember right. Then several others that they've got as you walk through the tour, you see them in the house, in cabinets and whatnot. So it was actually more fun to go through there than I thought it was going to be back in, this was back in, I think we went there over Memorial Day weekend. And just this aura of Hemingway, a lot of things about him I didn't know. And it was an amazing personality. And I didn't realize he had committed suicide when he was like 62 or something like that. So
yeah, he was a big shotgun fan too, Rich.
Yeah, that fishing. He had a boat, and he was actually on D-Day in the landings.
Yep.
And
journalist.
As a journalist, and he in World War I. And so it was actually beyond what he wrote. I mean, just his whole life was quite amazing. Didn't realize, never really paid attention to that until I went through the house and saw all that stuff. So I would encourage, if you can find your way all the way down to Key West. From here, it's like I'm in Orlando, and it's like a 7-hour drive. So Florida's pretty big, pretty long.
Is that where the key lime pies originated?
Oh yeah, I'm not sure where it actually started, but I know it's a Florida thing. I don't know or where. We enjoyed Key West when we were down there. We'll probably go back down again.
Eric can tell us all about anything Florida related when he gets on.
I know, huh?
Florida.
I just love Miami.
So I haven't spent much time there. Is that a nice place?
Miami?
Yeah,
it's a nice place to visit. I'm infatuated with Cuba, mainly because of Hemingway. But so Miami was the closest I could get to Cuba. And for whatever reason, I'm in Atlanta. Every conference is in Miami, so I would go to Miami pretty frequently. But
okay.
But yeah, we've been to Key West, and my kids actually loved the Hemingway house, which was surprising. And I got my daughter stole a coconut from the Hemingway house. She put it in my camera bag, and so we've got it on display because everything around there was like Hemingway drank at this bar or Hemingway did this. So we got it in a glass case out in our tiki bar, and it's got a plaque on it that says this was Hemingway's coconut.
That's pretty cool.
Too funny.
Oh, that is funny.
One of Hemingway's balls.
Ted went there.
He had a lot, apparently.
Did you all watch the documentary that came out? I think it was just last year.
Yeah, that was really good. Ken Burns, I think.
Yeah, I forget who he partnered up with on that, but it was fairly exhaustive, it seems.
Anything Ken Burns is exhaustive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned a few things from that. I've loved Hemingway for a bazillion years, and so you think you know everything, and then you watch that, and it's like, oh, and then they had a lot of interesting ephemera. They had typewritten letters and stuff that they would scan over in that documentary, which was really cool.
Excellent. Very cool.
Interesting subject it was.
Yeah. And Emily, how are you doing?
I'm good.
That's
I'm
good.
I've got don't have any new typewriters, but I do have this Smith Corona Starling that I did a drawband repair on it. When I bought it a couple months ago, it was like strangulating itself with the drawband. So I was able to get it to be well, it works now. So yeah.
Yay!
Congratulations.
Yeah.
So
I think I can do that.
So Emily, is that a Royal Diana sitting behind you?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
it is.
What's up?
Very
Is
cool.
it one of the Diana's made in Germany?
Holland.
Some were
Nice.
made in Germany, some were made in Holland. They moved the machinery
Okay.
around.
Right.
Excellent.
We'd have to look at the back to find out, I guess.
Yeah.
Or the shape is different, I think, on them too. The ones from
Like-
Germany have a really unique kind of angle to the front of it, where the space bar sits in the middle, and then it's slightly angled on each side of the space bar.
Oh.
Don't poke your
This
eyes
one
out, Emily.
says Netherlands.
Oh, okay.
Holland. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
There you go. Thank you.
Thunk.
Hope you didn't pull your back up.
Yeah.
And anything else new with you, Emily?
Well, I have a few machines that I sent off to a local repair guy, and I am anxiously awaiting a text or phone call from him. It's been about 3 months now, and he's a one-man show, and he's really busy. Like, as soon as he put something up on Google Maps, he just had like more business than he knew how to handle. So I'm trying to be very patient, but at the same time, I'm like, I really want my Olympiad F back.
Oh. Yeah.
So I'm trying to be patient and do that whole, like, love the ones you're with thing. And I was able to do that with this Sterling. So that made me happy.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, hopefully it's not too much longer of a wait for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun because like every day it's just like the excitement of it builds a little bit more.
Oh, that's funny. All right. Well, very good seeing you again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Kelsey, we haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, we ended up COVID, and then the holidays and stuff. Yeah, I've just been swamped.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
of that. So yeah. But I've actually Christmas, and then I have my birthday. So people know what I like, and I got several typewriters that I can show if you guys are interested.
Of course.
Yeah. So let's see. The first one. Yeah.
When are we not interested in typewriters?
I know, right?
Right. So this was my first Christmas present, which was early.
Yes.
A little brown UDL, and it's in Vogue.
Oh, get out of here. Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool.
We hate you now.
We're not
One of
interested
my
in
holy
typewriters anymore.
grails.
Yeah.
We don't hate anybody.
Well, it's a euphemism for jealous.
Yeah, I know.
Happens to match my.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So, a little splendid or splendid.
Oh, the nice blue
Pretty
one.
color.
Ah, you don't
And-
often see the blue ones.
Early one.
Oh
Right?
man.
So when I got it, it actually did not work. And when I looked into it, and they said it didn't work, but what happened was the bolt that holds on the let me think here, the escapement or the star wheel had just sheared. So I took it into Ace with Matt, and he's like, oh yeah, I don't think this has ever been used. I think it was broken when the person got it and they never did anything about it, because you couldn't see any imprints on the platen or anything. Yeah. So he gave me the bolt, and I
Sounds like
redid
Matt.
it, had to take the carriage off. Which the only advice I could find on how to put it back on was don't take it off in the first place.
Yeah, that doesn't make you feel so positive.
So I struggled with it. My husband tried to help me with it, and so I just like put it off to the side. And last week, took it in because the So it wouldn't, even though I had put the bolt in and all that correctly, there was still something happening, which I think is what sheared it in the first place. Is it was there's like a loose dog, and then there's a dog that doesn't
Fixed
move
dog,
at all. Yeah, and so that one was hitting every time on the star wheel, and it wouldn't advance. So I have a feeling that's why originally that sheared off. So Matt adjusted that for me, and was like, "Okay, good luck with the putting the carriage back on." I'm like, "Great." And I was just about to give up, and my son, who's 15, I thought, I bet he could do this. And I am not kidding you. Within less than a minute, he had that carriage on there.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Any spare parts?
No, everything's good. But, so the way I was told, to do it, or, kind of the advice, because Typewriter Justice had a thing, and even he was like, I'm not going to fiddle with it. I'm just going to tell you how to do it. I'm not going to actually do it because I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But was to put there's ball bearings with even like a little spokey ball bearing part on a like a little piece of metal. Yeah. And so that and it's supposed to like fit in the tracks, and you're supposed to like hold it on there and then slip the carriage on. And I kept thinking, it would seem easier if I could put that on the carriage and then slip the whole thing on, which is what my son did. That is actually exactly what he did. He had those lined up perfectly on the carriage itself, slipped it, and then that way those first two roller bearings are captive in there with the carriage, and therefore it wasn't moving around, which was the problem trying to do it the other way. So anyway, less than a minute. So
wow,
It's like a 3D video game to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's good
That's
at that.
great.
And then I also got a torpedo. It's the one thing I've ever posted on the collectors, the antique Facebook. But anyway, this beauty.
Oh, nice.
And again, I don't think it was ever used. It's just immaculate. And the platen, there's nothing there. And it ended up being script too.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
It's just beautiful.
That's amazing.
You've had an excellent run, Kelsey.
Right?
You have to break them in now.
Right? So then, see, I have to keep going. I'm so spoiled. So then it was my birthday yesterday. And so
Happy birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Alex too, and Mike. Anyway, so my husband is like, oh, let's go over to, because I was trying out this, which is the electric, my first, that Matt has
YTE.
with Ace. It's a beauty.
Is it a wide carriage?
What was that?
Is it a wide carriage?
It's a 12.
It's an Electra.
Yeah, so it's wider than, it's wider than my regular 5 series.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
but
did you get that from Ace? Sorry, Kelsey, were you saying?
It was from Ace. And he was like, I was like, how much? And he's like, oh, well, don't look at the price, but take it home for a week, make sure you like it and don't feel bad when you bring it back, that kind of thing. So, but in the window, there was this beautiful Smith Corona Silent. I don't know if you've been over there, Bill, but it was.
I haven't been in a while. I think I felt bad for bugging him so much, wanting to interview him. So
Right.
I've stayed away for a while.
Yeah, I hadn't been in for a while either, just because we had COVID and then the holidays, and then I like inundated him with my poor Olympia. But anyway, so I kind of like mentioned it to my husband. So then on Friday, because he's closed on the weekend, he's like, well, let's go and buy that electric because you really like it. And I was like, okay, let's go. Well, to my surprise.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
It's elite.
A 1S.
Yep, it's a 1S. It's
That's
elite.
nice.
It still has all of the felt all along. It was one of Matt's, I guess. It's oh my word, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. So
How many more birthdays do you have coming up?
yeah. Yeah.
I
So
win every year.
it's been crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
I feel
Fantastic.
very spoiled. So now it's like, which one to use? Terrible.
You know, the great thing about Matt is that he's taken on a couple of apprentices. And so it's cool that he's kind of looking forward with his operation there. And I don't know
Yeah.
how that will all play out, but it's really nice to know that he's found some people that are
Interested.
kind of working underneath him. And I know there's a guy up in, I think, Bellingham that was wanting to take on apprentices, and I don't know if he ever had any luck or not, but it's nice to know that Matt's got some young guys in there now.
Yeah, yeah. Lewis is actually, I found a Calibri for really cheap, and it's a QWERTY and everything. But it just sounded weird to me. So I took it in there, and Matt's like, I don't work on these, but Lewis does, but he's not in here very often. So when I was in there the other day, he was showing me, and he has, I guess the thing with those is part of the star wheel is made out of like aluminum or something really soft. And so it can go bad. And he has like made one himself to replace the old one in there. So
Cool.
it's not done yet, but yeah, that's crazy.
New and improved.
Yeah, it's gonna be, yeah. So yeah, I've had some good luck lately. I shouldn't buy any more now because it's just I've used it up. Yeah.
Play the lottery.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll do me in. But I see Anna is still on there. We were cleaning out my mom's basement, and I know this isn't typewriter related, but found these because my grandma's family was originally from Sweden.
Wow.
Yeah, and so it's got her name, which I wouldn't know how to pronounce it correctly, but they always said Bergeson. It's probably like,
Yeah. Nice.
Mm.
What's the first
Yes.
name?
So her
It's
journal?
Birgersson. Yeah.
Ellen, and then they said Bergeson, but it's probably
Swedish pronunciation Birgersson.
oh yeah. But
Nice.
it's in, you know,
Yeah.
it's not English for sure.
Yeah, no, precis. Is it old? It looks like it's
It's like her chill, like this is a little ABC book,
yeah.
you know, and so it's got like, you know, words that were
Ja. Lyx, sax, lax. Vax, tax, väx. Ja, jag tog den. Lax äter god mat. Jag har en bit vax. Vax fäst av him. Där är en ny vax. It's about wax and scissors and salmon. Which is...
Jag förstår inte.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sweden
Kan du
represent.
engelska?
Wow.
Yes. I only talk Swedish, you know. That's what we do over here.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing my grandma ever said was "Kommer liten mus go creeper, creeper, creeper." That's it.
That's
Then we always wanted the crunchy. I think she called it like streptokaka or streptokakken or whatever the crispy part of the meat was.
Yeah.
Something, I don't know.
I gotta
Those are
check
the only
that.
things.
I gotta check that.
Yeah.
But well, funny. It's good to see. Good to see.
Yeah. Her mom, her parents only spoke, they didn't speak English at all. And so I think in the process of her trying to really immerse herself, she just forgot everything.
Yeah.
She never, I'm sad about that, but
Yeah. It's got I know many people who has relatives who went over to USA after the war. My grandfather's sisters went over to Fresno in California for 1947, I think. And they never went back to Sweden at all. Which I would choose California too for the hot weather. But it's very funny to come across these Swedish items, you know, all across the sea. It's very funny.
Yeah.
I can have a reading of on a future virtual Hermans in Swedish. See how many will show up for that.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. I preferred Sweden to Fresno. I don't think I'm
No, Fresno, of all places.
Yeah.
Everybody always thinks the snow is whiter on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, it's really.
Snow in Fresno.
I don't think Fresno is a destination here in California.
Okay. Is it a big city or?
It's pretty big, but it has not a bad reputation, but not the best reputation.
I'm sure in 1947 though it was pretty good.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
But Sweden's far better. I think there's so much more. And Fresno, well, it's got access, I guess, some proximity to mountains and some proximity to ocean. But both of those would be a drive, just a bit of a drive. It's like it's in the San Joaquin Valley. I think like the northern, pretty dry, hot and dry.
Yeah, because that's speaking on the landscape, because the close proximity to the mountains where I live in the middle of Sweden. It's 1 hour from Stockholm. We don't have any, we just got fields and forests. That's about it. So we have to travel about 3 hours up north to see any mountains where the ski resort starts, and going further up and further up. So up in Lapland, they all they got is mountains and reindeers. So,
I was in Stockholm. We enjoyed that place.
Yeah.
I wasn't given a choice between Fresno and Stockholm. I've been to Fresno, so I know.
Okay. I'm still going. I'm still destined to go there someday. I haven't been to the States for ages. It feels like 20 years.
Start with somewhere else first.
Yeah. Okay.
Some other city besides Fresno.
I recommend Riverside because we're close. We're close to Disneyland. We're close to the beach.
Oh, nice.
To the mountains.
Yeah,
so
you got typewriter
all
people there. You already have a typewriter family in Riverside.
And Bob.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
nice.
I shouldn't complain about Fresno. There's good people there. I know.
Of course. Yeah. I see May.
Hey.
He's in the background.
I'm eating lunch.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll come back to you then.
Good with you.
Okay. Let's see. Marina, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I just came home from my daughter's sports game to discover a flood in my house. So yes, a dishwasher flood in our kitchen, and that went down into the basement. So yeah, so that was fun. So that's mopped up now.
Well, that's good. I was gonna say, should you really be here with us, or do you need to take care of things?
The mopping is done.
Okay.
I guess we have to see how much damage there is, but there's some for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it affect any typewriters?
No, it didn't affect any typewriters, only the ceiling in my son's bedroom. So
but still, yeah.
Oh.
Good reason not to keep typewriters on the floor.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is there anything other than flooding? Is there anything new in your world?
No new typewriters. I'm very envious of everybody else's acquisitions. I did acquire some vintage postcards of the city of Victoria. This is for the postcard exchange. I was explaining actually last night to Ted, who was the person that I actually drew for the postcard exchange, that I was rummaging around. I didn't have any postcards when I signed up, so now I'm stocked up. And then just, I don't know, it's not typewriter related, but I thought it was interesting. I was just going through some family papers and found a ration book.
Oh. Wow.
So this is a fuel ration book, 6 months of rations. Post-war Britain.
Wow.
So none of them are used. I don't know why. I don't know.
They were being rationed.
Maybe they didn't have a car.
They were so used to it out for so long, they didn't need it anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea, but so I'm going to look into why do I have this, and what was it for, and where did it come from, and
yeah.
William, do you have any thoughts? Because you always have thoughts about British stuff. Have you seen?
I have a thought. I can just picture somebody going, "What did I do with those coupons?
Damn it, that's worth like $20.
I can't find them."
Yeah. Well, it's funny because we had these big floods in British Columbia in November, and they actually had to ration gas in Vancouver.
Wow.
And actually on Vancouver Island in Victoria, they were only allowed to, I think they were only allowed to fill up with 30 liters per fill or something like that. But yeah, so I mean, everybody was upset about it, but yeah, rationing.
Real deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
You still use them?
I don't know. It would be nice if you could. If one of these, you could go fill up your car with one of these, it would be great. Especially with the cost of gas up in Canada right now.
Yeah. I think that would be like trying to use the Disneyland ride tickets at Disneyland now. Because you used to have to, for each ride, you would give them a little paper ticket. And I think those days are gone.
Yeah, it actually reminded, last night we were talking about postage stamps, and I don't know what the terminology is, but the postage stamps you buy that don't have a specific value.
The forever
stamps.
Forever.
Yes. And I was thinking, now it's too bad that this, I couldn't use.
If only it said forever on it.
Exactly.
In the States, they're called forever stamps. Up here, they're called permanent stamps.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But you've got a typewriter, you can fix that. Just
Yeah. Now, last night we were talking about postage and how back in the days of the early jetliners and late turboprops, mail was weighed by the 1/8 of an ounce. And so it used to get these aerograms, which literally weighed less than 1/4 of an ounce or an 1/8 of an ounce. Now, Marina might remember these from her days back in England.
Yeah, I have some of those.
Yeah.
Maybe not that old, but from the mid 90s.
Oh, this
The
one
ones you
was,
fold up and then you just mail it.
yeah, this one was
And they were
mailed,
pre-postage.
Yeah.
this one was mailed from India to Calgary
Okay.
on 8/3/88. So either October the 3rd or March the 8th of 88.
Yeah, I have a lot of those from the mid 90s. When my husband is Canadian, so when he had to come back to Canada and I was in the UK, that was the main method of communication. It was pre-internet. So I have all these letters that we wrote backwards and forwards, and many of them are like that. They were blue in the mid 90s with stripy edges.
And if you tucked one piece of paper in there, it would come in overweight and it would be returned.
Yeah.
Talk about being fussy with the weight.
Yeah.
There was something else I was thinking of, but I can't think of it right now, so I'll mute because my wife is on the phone and
okay.
voice is obviously coming over. So
yeah.
Well, our mailman, when I was a child in my grandmother's time, if we had a letter that didn't have enough postage, it would be due by the receiver, and you just have to pay the postman the extra 2 cents or whatever.
Oh, the good old
So it
days.
wouldn't get returned. You'd still get your mail, but you'd have to owe them money.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we got some mail once that was sent. It was actually Army mail, and we were traveling at the time and sent back some official correspondence, which still requires some degree of postage, certain kind. But the destination was our home address of our unit. And whoever made it, I can't remember who, had put the return address the same as the destination address and didn't put any postage on it. So they returned it to sender, and the sender was where it was supposed to go.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
like a little postal loophole.
It's odd, but it still works today. Yeah.
That's a good hack.
Beat the system.
Yeah, I think that was years ago, there was the whole 2-cent postage scam. This is going back quite a few years, actually. And I think that's essentially how it worked. I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Yeah.
I love finding the old photos where people used to send their children off to visit relatives by postal carrier, and you'd see like a male carrying a kid.
Oh, man.
That's when they attached it through your buttonhole with the address label on the front of your shirt.
At the very early, they didn't have rules. You could send anything, and people did. People sent children.
Oh, wow.
Is that called human trafficking?
Oh no.
Kind.
Not making light of trafficking by any means. Sorry.
Oh, man.
Noir sense of humor over there, Sean. Noir.
They could only send males. Otherwise, it'd be called female.
It all depends on whether you consider children to be humans.
That's true.
That's true.
I think that's debatable.
Some days are better than others.
They change it to teenage years.
On a case-by-case basis.
Day by day basis.
That too.
I'm going to leave. I just wanted to tell you, since someone else mentioned Vogue, my new Hermes is Vogue.
Oh.
Bill gets the first letter.
Yay.
Already done.
Wait a minute. Your new
But
Hermes
Vogue
is
is Vogue is only royal.
Yeah.
How can that be?
It's something else.
Techno. Sorry, techno.
Oh, techno.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You're right. I said the wrong one. Techno, which I think on my SM3, don't they call that one senatorial?
Yep.
It's the same thing. Yeah. Sorry about that.
We could.
All right.
Okay, you got us all. Somebody had hacked and slashed your Hermes.
Angela, don't even bother now. Just you build it up so big.
Oh, yeah, I'll just burn it.
I look forward to it. I love techno.
All right. You guys.
Right. Bye, Angela.
As far as I know, the defining characteristic about Vogue is a W. Looks like two V's overlapped.
Or
And the E, the lowercase e being tilted.
That's my favorite
Okay.
letter.
The whole
Just
thing
write me a
is
letter of
dynamic.
E's. That's all I want. Yep, that's what I like.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. May's back. How was your lunch?
Great. Yes. No new typewriters except for the 4-color ribbon
Oh.
that I recently got for the Sears.
Color ribbon.
4-color ribbon.
Let us see the
It's
exciting.
it's
4 color.
basically two color ribbons
Oh.
spliced together in the middle with a grommet. And so in order to change, you have to wind it to the other side and then flip the grommet to the other side of the mechanisms. And then you have
Oh.
2 other colors. So this is red and black on one side and blue and green on the other. And it's 50 years old. So I did the WD-40 treatment and that works great. And
Why would they have done that in
around,
the first place? An original ribbon? Why would they have done that?
I don't know, they use the marketing.
Marketing.
Sears,
There you go.
yeah, commission from Smith Corona, their typewriters, and they're all a little fancier than the regular SMCs. It's got the ribbon power rewind, so you can just hold a button, and then it's got paragraph and of course the international change of type, and the way the lid flips up is different. So the SCMs.
Oh wow.
That 4-color.
SCM. Yeah.
The
That's
4-color
pretty cool.
ribbon is very distinctly Sears only. It
Mhm.
was never offered on any other Smith Corona
Mhm.
machine.
Huh.
As
Wow.
far as I know,
Blue.
any other machine.
Look at
Yeah.
the spool.
The spool,
That's
and
cool.
it's really just a fancy case. I mean, the spool is normal. The fancy thing on top allows you to hand wind, because some of the models didn't have the power lined feature. And so here's the red and black.
It looks like little
side.
LPs, little vinyl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I got to looking at it, and you could really just do that to any ribbon, any spool. Really, it's not
I've tried-
rocket science.
People give me a ribbon. They don't.
Yeah. So it's fiddly, you know, to have to sit there and hand twirl the ribbon. But if you're really set on using more than 2 colors on a typewriter, it can be done. It's
That's pretty
neat.
cool.
I like it. Mhm.
Realistically, you
too.
could put more than 4 colors. You could put
Yeah.
6
Yeah.
or 8 colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just
Mhm.
string them all together.
Bring them
as
all
long as it fits on
together.
a spool.
Someone needs to
Yeah.
get on that.
I
Yes.
probably will.
Yes.
I just have to get more ribbon colors. I only have red, black, and solid black. So I need.
Oh, okay.
And lovely sweater, May. May, I love your
Oh,
sweater.
thank you. Thank you. Hand knit.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
So May, have you created, have you written anything where you used all 4
I did.
colors?
I sent Ted a happy birthday post with
Thank
all 4
you.
colors. Yeah.
Yeah, and she made
So
it
if you
a blog
look on
post
my
about it.
yeah, if you look on my blog, the last post.
Oh my gosh,
is
I
the-
got more catching up to do. I
Yeah.
have not been spending as much time on the Typosphere lately, so
We're
I'll
all
go
busy.
check it out.
Yeah. I haven't been spending enough time just posting, so I'm kind of sporadic, which I'm going to try to remedy that. 2022, one of my goals is to type and publish more.
Sorry for sounding like a Philistine, May, but what's your blog called?
Arkansas Typewriter.blogspot.com. Arkansas
Okay, thank you.
Typewriter, one word,
I'll
.blogspot.com.
start making cryptic comments and read them.
In
Yeah, I
Canada,
have the
that's
same problem with my
Arkansas.
blog. I don't do
Or
anything.
Kansas, yes.
Arkansas.
I was just gonna say
Arkansas,
that.
So May, is that the typewriter with the rope on it?
Yes, but I ended up removing the rope because it was kind of
What?
dirty.
Oh.
Especially on the
replaced-
inside. And it
Put a new one
was,
on?
no, they're just holes there now. So it's
The
I
legend
think
is no more.
Oh.
You should put
May.
a leather strap on it.
yeah.
Actually, I would knit.
Well,
I would knit a
kind of-
handle for it
There you go.
because you're never
There you
really
go.
going to use the handle, so it would just
Right.
be there to tell the story of what was originally
Right.
there.
Yeah. Well, when I went to wash the body, I just noticed it was kind of gross, especially on the inside where they tied it. And so I took it off.
Ugh.
I'm never going to use it. And so it was fun, to see and speculate what in the heck they were
Yeah.
thinking.
It may strike you to replace it at some point in the future.
And I think it was just for lifting, to lift it out of the case or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. We'll never know.
May, just thinking that top you have knitted is knitted out of variegated wool. Could a person?
It is. It's actually cotton. I dyed it myself.
Okay.
I bought a tie-dye kit for t-shirts and some white cotton yarn and dyed it and then knit.
Reminds me of an opal.
So I was just thinking, could a person dye a variegated typewriter ribbon and have the letters changing color as you type?
I think so. I think somebody on Etsy
Oh,
used to
they
do
got
that.
that. Hang on.
But I don't
Rainbow
know
ribbon.
if it's not available still, but there was a lady on Etsy and she would make rainbow typewriter ribbon, just doing
Got it.
like short lengths of different colors. I guess she, used the stamp pad ink or something like that and plain ribbon. And
You can do it with a brush, like a like a foam brush or something like that.
yeah, so
I've
it's
used like
doable.
some water paint with
Oh, you got some.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Wow.
Rainbow.
Super
Oh, yeah.
cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Lovely.
Wow.
It's really short, but this one's called Mermaid. I think she does a lot of different.
Oh, so she's still active. Good.
Well, this is someplace
Apples and
in
blues and
England.
greens.
Yeah, that was the rainbow. I think she was from England.
Yeah.
Mm.
You get really cool stickers too.
Sorry, we made you open that just to show us.
Yeah.
I just keep
Needs
it
to
as
be on a typewriter. It's good that he opened it. Needs to be on
Yeah.
Excellent.
And then I did get typewriter related goodies from eBay
A bag.
for my let me get some scissors for my Selectric with correction. I didn't have any correction. I've been using washi tape as correction tape, which works great. The washi tape works perfectly as correction, but I wanted some proper correction tape for the Selectric. So on eBay, love eBay. I got 3 packs that have 6 each. So I have a lifetime supply now.
Oh my goodness.
of correction ribbon for my Selectric.
Those are the little teeny weeny orange spools.
Yeah, the teeny weeny orange, and it's new, old stock. So hopefully it'll work. I'm going to my boyfriend's later where my Selectric resides, and we'll try it out. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll have to see if it's still good. If it's been stored well, it should be okay. But
You're free to make mistakes now.
I'm free to make mistakes.
A lot of mistakes.
It's exciting. So I'll find out this evening. Maybe make a blog post about it. Yeah.
Just make a blog post that's just completely errors, and you go back and fix everything. Like every single keystroke is an error.
An error, just to show how well it works.
Yeah. Oh man. Wow, that's pretty awesome.
And then I found, it's not here yet, but I found a couple of rarer type balls for the Selectric. I can't remember the name of them now. It's the Old English, I think it's called. Yeah, so I found one of those, brand new. And another one in business script, which is like a really fancy.
That is very rare.
Yeah, so I found both of those brand new. Of course, he charged $25 a piece for them, but
that's cheap for the business script.
Yeah, for the business script. And he's got some other ones. I just didn't want to pay that much. He's got like the Sunshine and some other rare IBM Selectric type balls. But,
who's this?
25. He's in the golf ball typewriter shop Facebook group. His name is Jay, and I can't remember his last name. But I don't know if in the
Sunshine,
Facebook groups.
which one is Sunshine?
It's got the happy face. There's 2 different ones. There's Sunshine Script, which is the regular script, but there's a little happy face on one of the characters. And then there's Sunshine, I think Business or some, I can't remember. There's like 2 or 3 different. Yeah, two different Sunshines. And they have happy faces. They're called Sunshine because one of the characters, I'm not sure which one, is a happy face instead.
One of the balls I did see had half a happy face on one section and the other half on the other section. So you have to make the happy face in 2 keystrokes.
Mm-hmm. It's a big happy face. So you have to.
Yes.
So could you also make a sad face?
No.
No.
Turn the paper upside down.
There you go.
There's nothing sad about the Selectric.
What are you trying to tell us, Gregory?
Oh, look, it's even got a yellow top.
Oh, you've got the Sunshine Script. Yeah, the
Sunshine Script.
yellow top ones are.
It's yellow.
Sunshine Orator is the other one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's kind of like a Gothic type.
They are
large Gothic.
Electric 3 only, though.
Why are they yellow?
They just did that.
Sunshine.
Did Sunshine
yeah.
to differentiate between the regular business.
I'm looking for Oriental. If anybody
Oriental,
finds one.
me too. I can't find an Oriental one.
Yeah, he didn't have Oriental.
I think they changed the name of that at some point. That's why I sort of clued in when you said Sunshine. I didn't know if that was the changed name of it later because I thought they went away from that. But
nope.
Or did they
The
call
Oriental ones are for Selectric 2, and there's also Astrology if you can find one.
Ooh.
Which is even rarer than that. Because I heard stories from typewriter repair guys that a lot of times they would get those weird balls in, and they would have like a broken top courier that they wanted to sell because people wanted the courier, and they would take the tops off the Astrology balls and put them on the courier ball and paint it out so that you can see what it said on the top. And sell the courier ball because no one wanted the Astrology or the Oriental balls. They wanted the business text type courier balls. So a lot of those got thrown away because they wanted the tops off of them for something they could actually sell.
Wow.
Business decisions.
Yeah.
Lovely.
That's too bad, huh? Okay, well.
Interesting.
I'm typing the guy's name in the chat
Oh,
on
thank you.
Facebook. And he's got lots. He's probably got over 100, and he's got, you know, a few sunshine ones and some of the other. He had more than one Old English. So you're still looking for one of those. He's got them there.
Maybe that's where Hemingway's other ball went.
You're still looking?
Oh man.
Knows.
We haven't said hi to Kara yet. How are you doing, Kara?
Hey, Kara.
Hello.
Hello.
Didn't you want to wait till I was taking a drink of something?
You just weren't taking a drink, and so I just had to do it.
When you're in a restaurant, they come by when you got a mouthful of food. How is everything?
Yeah.
I remember restaurants. I used to go there.
Oh.
Oh man. We're just getting nailed with Omicron. So I'm like, okay, still stay home. So yeah, I missed you guys last week and missed most of today, but bye Dan.
Bye,
Dan. Bye, Dan.
Good to see you.
Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
Oh.
Where is he? I just see it in the chat. I don't see.
He was super quick.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to report. I accidentally bought a typewriter on Shop Goodwill.
Accidentally.
You know how it is. I had. Do you remember how I couldn't I figured out it was my browser. Like I couldn't get to Shop Goodwill on my computer, and that whole thing where you go and you put a little bit in just for fun kind of thing. And so I couldn't do that for a long time until I figured out it was my browser. And so then when I did get there were several that I liked that I was like, well, if I won this, I'd be happy. And so then I put bids on, and then I sort of went a little stupid, and then I won one of them.
Well, congratulations.
So yay. So, but they haven't shipped it yet, and it's from a Goodwill that I haven't dealt with before. So fingers crossed, we'll see. So yeah, that'll be fun. But it's a oh, I shouldn't tell you. I'll just show you.
Yeah. Save the excitement. Excellent.
What else? I can't think of really anything.
And any progress on your stinky typewriter? I know we finally got to see it.
Yeah, I actually had to take it back out to the garage, and I'm either going to try and sell it or just send it back and let Megan sell it. And she said she would do that. So.
Oh.
I know, it's sad. Bill, I was thinking about bringing it up to Portland and taking it to Tony and seeing if he would just swap it out for something. I don't know if he would do that, but it would feel better than trying to wrap it up and ship it somewhere.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. You could always reach out to him, see what he
That's what I
says.
was thinking.
Because then you wouldn't have to deal with shipping and worry about that. So it's
What about
understandable.
dunking it, immersing it?
In
dish soap? I don't know.
Kara, I had put you in touch with the other fellow who's a Typewriter Talk member.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, I've had it out in the garage. I've been decontaminating it with everything I can get my hands on. It's been airing out. So I don't think it would make any difference unless he was a really heavy smoker and he could make it smell like cigarettes instead of cigars.
Okay. So I guess my thought was, would he be interested in just buying it from you for what you paid for it?
Oh, I don't know. I doubt it, but I could check with
Ask
him.
My wife has a saying: the answer is always no if you don't ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never hurts to ask.
Never hurts to ask.
It's a good idea. I actually, I mean, the reason that I think more about taking it to Portland is because people in Eugene are kind of tight around money.
Yeah.
So
It's
he
expensive
probably
to live there.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you're right. I could ask. There are a few people around I could ask.
Or just put it on your local buy and sell. I bought this typewriter, all reconditioned, The trouble is, it smells too much for me. Asking this much, so you'd want what you paid for it plus your shipping, so you break even and call it good. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah.
As a starting point.
Yeah, yeah.
And then say price is firm. If you're interested, get a hold of me. If not, don't bother.
As if people follow instructions on the
I know, right?
So if you knew that a
Good point.
typewriter had an odor, would you buy it?
Well, I mean, it's not a smelly typewriter odor. It's because she packed dryer sheets in with it, and I'm allergic to that chemical scent. And lots of people love that smell and don't have a problem with it. But
Yeah.
I can't keep it in my room and I can't type on it. So what good is it?
It's not the kind of thing that most people would be bothered by or maybe even take notice of.
Yeah.
I
I mean, and that's why she put the dryer sheets in, because
right.
people, a lot of people, I think, prefer that to typewriter smell or whatever. But yeah. So
Maybe you make sure that you articulate that when you
yes,
when you advertise. Otherwise,
Definitely.
normal
it smells
typewriter.
bad, but you should pay me hundreds of dollars. Take it off my hands. I can't use it. Yeah. Well, that's kind of part of why I was thinking, like, if I took it up to Portland, like if Tony would swap it or something, because it is reconditioned and it has new rubber and it's in, it's got a great typeface and stuff and all the things, which is part of the sadness, but whatever. Because
Well, I think eventually it will air out.
Yeah.
I know, but I've had it.
Yeah.
I've had it airing out in my garage for a couple of months now.
Yeah, but
I've
the
had
positive attribute is that it's static free.
That's true.
I emphasize the positive.
Exactly. Fancy,
Well,
static free, no clinging.
If you end up with it long enough, you'll be able to set it out in the sunshine in warmer weather.
Even another 6 months.
Well, yeah, I think your idea about Tony's interesting, and I hope whatever happens that it works out to your satisfaction as best as possible. Obviously, being able to just have received the typewriter and used it would have been what you were hoping for, and it's just sad that it didn't work out that way.
Yeah. Oh well. I know. But I mean, at the very least, if I can't figure out something to do with it here, I can pack it up and send it back to Megan and she'll sell it.
Yeah.
For at least what I paid for it probably, and she'll give me that money. So that's a nice out. I just would rather not have to pack it up.
Yeah.
It's understandable.
But at least yeah, I mean, I had it back when it was sunny. I had it out in the sun too. It's very it's astonishing to me how strong and how clinging that scent is, but whatever.
Yeah.
Again, except for some people, it would be, a fresh scented typewriter.
Yeah. I did notice in the chat on YouTube, there's a question for Diane. So let me share this real quick. So John V says, question for Diane. What is a reasonable price to pay for a Smith Premier 10 in working condition? Any idea, Diane?
At the current prices, no, I really don't know. Because I'll be honest, I haven't really been paying attention to current prices.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a Smith Premier 10, right?
I do.
How much did
What would you sell it for?
I wouldn't sell it. I just had new rubber put on. I just had new rubber done recently, so I wouldn't sell it. I don't recall what I paid for it off the top of my head. I'd have to look.
Okay.
And that's provided I wrote it down. I don't always write it down.
Yeah.
Oh, it depends if you have dryer sheets included or not.
Yeah. And And then we do have Lee Kennedy in the comments. We haven't seen her in a while, but she says, Happy New Year, everyone. I hope to be able to join you all on Zoom again soon. Wishing you all a happy, healthy, and creative 2022. And same to you, Lee. And then Lynn Johansson, Curry, love your OTP today. Nice start.
Yes, it was very nice.
Yeah, I will have to check that. And then Jay McDermott, Happy New Year from Jason in Toronto. I am sad that I cannot join today, but am enjoying the YouTube stream. Very good. And then John V also had a comment about the stinky typewriter. Get an ozone generator, put it in a plastic tub with typewriter for a couple hours. But I think Kara is beyond that. Would you say that?
And get an ozone generator? That's a simplification of what it takes. I did look into ozone. Somebody had suggested that, but there's factors with using the ozone too. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, very true.
But I appreciate everybody wanting to help.
We want you to love.
Yeah, when you say there's factors to using the ozone, do you mean for you personally or for the typewriter itself?
I actually mean for that there's byproducts from ozone generating that can be harmful. When I looked it up.
Right, for you. So for you, that you wouldn't be able to do it.
No, for like humans and other breathing things.
Well, I guess the reason I was wondering was, I know this sounds weird, but some of the sports equipment stores, we have one here in town that deals in kind of like selling secondhand sports equipment that tends to be very stinky. They do have a machine and a process where you can put the sporting equipment in and it takes that gross smell away. And I'm just wondering, I think it's ozone based, and I was just wondering if maybe, that something like that might even be an option.
Going to the sports store.
Yeah, it sounds
well, I mean, because part of it is
but,
like
you put all your hockey pads in there, and then they smell beautiful when you take them out. Well, they smell nothing, I guess, when you take them out. They don't smell like sweaty sports.
So they have a system set up, but I don't have in my garage, and I'm not going to buy an ozone generator.
No, I meant it costs $10 for me to go to go do that for sports equipment.
Okay.
Right, as a service at the sports store.
Yeah.
I guess I could check that. I think there may have been some other considerations too, but I guess I could check that out. I don't know. At this point, I kind of hate the typewriter, and I just want it gone.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was suspecting. So I
don't hate it. It's a great machine, but it's just like seeing it kind of gives me the.
Yeah. It's going to bring back bad memories now, I think, every time you look at it.
Yeah.
So dare I ask, if you were to sell it, how much would you want for it? And would anyone here be interested in buying it?
I don't feel like announcing it because it was a lot. It was the most I ever spent on a typewriter. But if anybody wants to message me or put it in the chat, if you're interested, I can give you a price privately, but I don't want to put it on YouTube.
And could you remind us what it was?
It's a mid-50s green Royal with Canterbury Elite typeface and the red magic margin buttons and the red push button ribbon cover release. And it has been taken apart and thoroughly cleaned, and new rubber and new platen and all that stuff. And it's also kind of a Franken machine because she took the type bars. I don't know if she actually took the guts from a machine, from a different Royal, and put them in there, or if she just transferred the type bars. I think it was the type bars. I'm not entirely sure.
It's funny, I was going to ask you how much it was worth, only because I was interested, because I want to be able to say, yeah, that does stink. That's a lot of money to, probably spend just to verify that, now I understand what you went through.
Yeah, yeah. You
Huh.
pay shipping and just,
I would-
I could just send you a piece of paper that has been inside, one of the papers that I've been trying to absorb.
I got bounce sheets here. I'd rather just have the typewriter.
Yeah, you get the general idea.
Or the celebrity association. This used to be CARES and now it's mine.
Yeah, that would add at least 10 cents to the value, I think. This is the renowned stinky typewriter that Kara just couldn't freaking deal with.
Maybe you should repurpose it, put it in your dryer.
T22 tur.
Put it in my dryer, yeah.
Yeah, you get repeated uses. But that it was probably there because it had a mold smell. That's like,
I think it was actually because, and she said it was more because of the case, but she also said it was because but she put it in the type basket.
Yeah.
So the rubber and everything has absorbed
the insulation.
Yeah, but she said that she just doesn't want people to. Well, she has stopped putting dryer sheets in her typewriters, but that she didn't want people. If she felt that she just did it habitually with every typewriter that so that if there was some mold or mildew or that she missed primarily in the cases she was concerned about.
Wow.
That she didn't want people to object to that smell, but and I'm it's one of those weird things, like she had never had anybody have a problem with those, and I was like, I could at first when I first opened the box, and this thing was like hermetically sealed inside the bubble wrap with tons and tons of plastic, sealing it, and then but the smell was so strong just opening the box coming through the wrapping for me that it automatically gave me an asthma attack, and I texted her. I was like, "What did you do? What is this? Why can't I breathe now?" I couldn't even take it out of the wrapping for quite a while.
So she's probably sent out a bunch of typewriters like that, and 500 years from now, some archaeologist is going to come across them saying, "Hey, here's how they used to dry things."
Yeah, but just good work. I mean, it's a great typewriter. It's in great shape. It would be a good typewriter for somebody who didn't have those kind of sensitivities.
Yeah.
Especially the Canterbury Elite. That was my favorite part. So, oh well.
Yeah.
There are more out there.
Yeah.
Emily.
Bye, Emily.
Bye, Emily.
Hi, Emily.
I
Congratulations.
love your crafting room.
Are we doing typing prompts today?
Yes. I was waiting to get a word in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, sorry. I didn't mean to.
No. You gave me my segue, so.
Thanks for the text. I mean, yes, your segue.
Yeah.
I was just,
Yes. So the typing prompt was yesterday was World Typing Day. So I was just asking what everybody has typed, or what you typed yesterday specifically, I guess. But if you want to share it, that's fine.
I didn't even know it was World Typing Day.
I didn't either.
I didn't either.
Well,
I could.
I knew it was World Typing Day, and I didn't type anything. So
I showed up at Hallmark, and they looked at me like I was crazy.
Are you?
Oh. Well, that's beside the point. That's.
I typed page 2 and 3 of my. I typed page 3 and 4 of my letter to Eric Mondor.
Oh, okay.
Excellent. So, but that's still on the typewriter.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that's going to be like a 7-page or better by the time I'm done.
Oh my goodness.
Well, he asked a lot of questions in his 5-page letter to me. He asked a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Which all have to be answered. So yeah, it might even be an 8-page by the time I'm done.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Novella.
So
yeah.
Carry on, please.
Did you have something, Sean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to make an effort like I did at the end of last year, and this year one of my goals is to always write the typing prompt for typing.
Oh.
I've just got to move to the next step, which is what you mentioned last time, which is posting it on TypePals. So
Excellent.
I'll work on that in 2023, but until then, I'll just one thing a year, right? One thing a year.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Not too fast.
yeah. World Typing Day was January 8th. It started in Malaysia in 2011, so it's a relatively new thing. Now, this is different than World Typewriter Day on June 23rd, which celebrates the typewriter. World Typing Day celebrates the act of typing, whether it's on a typewriter or something weird like a thermal typewriter. As far as days go, there is as far as any national days go, there's no set of rules when it comes to what you type, just that you type. Now, you can find a day for anything. In fact, there are more observed days than there are days in the year. Everything from National Static Electricity Day to National Opposite Day to National Rubber Ducky Day for May to National Lost Sock
March
Memorial
13th.
Day. Yeah. There are truly some hurting people out there for the things we celebrate, I think. I used to think that national days were overdone and therefore minimize the ones that were of actual value to society. I have come to appreciate, though, that they are therefore as a release from the drudgeries of daily grinds. These days can and should be something fun. I personally enjoy Talk Like a Pirate Day in September each year, and of course, 623, a typewriter collector's version of 420, or a Star Wars fans day version of May the 4th. These days can be used to team build at work, such as wear your pajamas to work day. I don't know how many of us would actually get away with that. Maybe during COVID it would work. Leave the office early day and fight procrastination day. We need to enjoy these kinds of days more often during these tiring and depressing times. So what did I type yesterday? I did a typewriter test page and then wrote about how the typewriter gods typed and brought the world into being. And quote, and the typing line moved across the page. The sun began and rose across the world and shone down from the heavens upon the new earth. And the fruits of their pica paragraphs, all properly spaced, created the birds and the trees and the rivers and the seas.
Excellent.
Very nice.
Very good.
And then I wrote a little bit extra about Hemingway's coconut, and I think it's going to turn into a whole story because I realized this coconut could have had its own whole life with Hemingway before it was absconded by a young girl and moved to a private museum.
That's right.
Oh, that was good.
And look for scratches with 6 claw marks.
Polydactyl marks.
Talking about National Talk Like Pirate Day reminds me of a saying I once heard at a restaurant: "To err is to human, but to err is pirate."
Yes. And Sean, I like your T-shirt. Did you show us your T-shirt?
No, I didn't. That's another one of my typewriter threads. Since I can't have one of these in Vogue, I decided to get the shirt instead. So everybody else seems to be finding them, Kerr and Kelsey. Yeah, this is actually an aristocrat. So this is Typewriter Threads, who's on Instagram and Etsy. Now he had a couple that had no name. Like he puts the name down here. Sorry, I got Christmas fat on. But he has all the names and the years. You would say, 1947 Royal, blah blah blah. And I texted him. I said, I don't mean to sound like one of those people, but I don't really like the name down there. I'd rather people go, oh hey, a typewriter, what is it? And then we have a conversation. So I ended up buying like 7 shirts from him, and he removed all of the words, the names of the typewriters from underneath. So it's just a pure typewriter now, which I like. So I've thrown away all my other shirts, so I've become a real nerd.
Can you repeat the name of the person again?
Oh, Typewriter Threads.
Typewriter Threads. All right.
Yeah. So you can find him on Instagram or Etsy, and he's got a whole whack of different typewriters, and he's producing new ones every few weeks. And he even said to me, he goes, if anybody wants a particular typewriter, he does the art himself. He's got some really nice ones. So I think I've got 8 or 9 altogether now, but
Super.
So, every time you wash and dry it, it's going to smell like a dryer sheet.
I only use one dryer sheet though. I don't use more than one.
Dang it, I didn't catch that. Typewriter who?
Threads.
Threads.
Oh, okay.
Threads. Yeah.
THREADS. Yeah.
Right. Try to support my typewriter.
Okay,
Oh
so
yeah.
We've got curries,
Tango
shirt,
Hotel
head shirt.
Romeo Echo Alpha Delta Sierra.
Yeah.
So I mean, he obviously is having these small business difficulties, but like he was before Christmas, because I posted one of my shirts that I bought from him, and he said, "Oh, thanks very much." He goes, "Hey, would you mind doing another post at some point if you like my shirts?" And I said, "Hey, yeah, absolutely. I'd like to actually buy 7 if you can remove the word." So he was really happy. I posted it, and he got some business out of it. So I think, I felt good trying to help him out, and frankly, I didn't get anything out of it except I paid for 7 shirts, but I think it's worth it.
You got a new
You got a
wardrobe.
shirt for every
I got a
day
new
of the week.
wardrobe. Yeah, I'm not an influencer, but I want to help people, and if I can influence them to buy without thinking I get everything for free, I think there's value there. So buy a typewriter shirt.
Thank you.
And Sean, just so you know, Sean, that is actually my Vogue machine on your shirt. It's an Aristocrat.
Oh, this is yours?
That's my Vogue machine. Yes, it is.
Wow.
So you're closer than you think.
I'm wearing it on my chest. Karen.
That's great.
Now you can tell us if it smells or not.
Only like a dryer sheet.
Your wish come true.
Any more typing prompts? Oh, what do you have there, Mike?
Well, Bill was talking about finding cards that have typewriters on them, but this is
Oh, that's cool.
but actually, that's actually something my wife made for me for my birthday. She makes cards.
Oh,
Nice.
Homemade one.
lovely.
It's sort of 3D, eh, Mike?
Yeah, it is. It's
That's great.
it's
Oh, wow.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
on these little foam things. So she cuts them out, and she's got all this equipment to make cards and stuff like that. So.
Wow, that's very cool.
Heavy
Super
duty.
neat.
Yeah, so we kind of teamed up on the Christmas cards, and
This
she did most
reminds
of the work
me,
on them.
this reminds me, I got a letter from Kimberly, and in it is this little card. And she was trying to
Oh, look at that.
replicate the
Yeah.
his premiere
Nice
ad
premiere.
I showed, and so here's the letter.
Oh, that's
Oh,
so
that's smart.
Oh,
Very nice.
hey, I love it. How creative. That's
wow.
Wow.
uh-huh.
That is super smart. Good work, Kimberly.
That was going to be a dry sheet.
Man, oh
Nice.
man.
Nicely done.
Yeah, it
So now-
came with instructions that I didn't see till afterwards.
Oh, that's very cool.
Does that letter have the wonky W?
No, only yours, William. That was special.
Okay, fair
made.
enough.
No wonky W.
Special just for me. All right.
Yep.
Eric, I think you were showing something.
Yeah, I got a 3D typewriter card.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Super fancy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Where is that from?
Oh,
My wife. But it's let's see. Oh, it's Pop Life cards.
Oh,
Pop
cool.
Life cards. A typewriter pop up. That's
Yeah.
so good.
Wow.
I'm writing that down too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We're full of good stuff today.
Mhm.
Doesn't count unless you type it down.
Ah.
Yeah.
Very true.
I got a couple questions, Gregory.
Of course.
All right. So some of the night owls have seen this already, but oops. How do I spin this around? I got this thing, and I don't know if anybody knows about a Antares parva.
Yeah.
I feel like king of the world because the drawband I thought was broken, but it just was off the mainspring. And so I was able to wind it up and put it back on. But I've never heard of one before.
Yeah.
And everybody I've asked who knows a thing or two about a thing or two has not been impressed. So
Is that the base part of the
As far as I
machine?
know, the Antares Parva was the base for the Underwood 18.
Only because
Originally-
Olivetti bought Antares, so they incorporated
Yes.
that design into their
Yeah.
lineup.
Ah.
So,
okay.
So that extra wide part on the base, is that part of the typewriter?
Yeah.
Oh,
The
cool.
so the case,
So the case fits on.
you know, it's one of these kind of deals. And so the case kind of rests on that,
Mhm.
which is a
Like
little
it.
weird because the case doesn't go around it or, even down to the bottom, but
Goes down.
I thought it was just for added stability on one of those crazy high-speed typing sessions you get into.
With my two fingers.
That's very unique.
I have the little brother to that one, the
Oh, nice,
Antares compact.
Oh. So then something amusing here is I was typing letters on this. This is fairly new. And I did some parentheses, but I couldn't find the closed parenthesis. And then I noticed that this key is round rather than so that's just some other key that they put
Yeah.
on here.
They're like, good enough, close enough.
The inner Columbo came out.
And the
There's
shift
my-
lock. Yep.
Well, there.
And the shift lock key appears to be a key from a Olympia.
Oh yeah, I was wondering about that because it's kind of weird too.
Oh, yeah.
Different color.
It's a Franken typewriter. Love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frankenwriter.
And then
Great.
the last
Keyboard. Oops, sorry.
last question. There is an Olympia SM9 cursive sitting in a antique store out in the boonies for about $120. And I know you guys are enablers, but I wondered.
Go get it.
Olympia
get it.
and cursive.
The Olympia SM9 and
Do
cursive.
it.
I would
All
do
right.
it.
Okay.
I can't
Is it
ever
wide
find
carriage or
Olympia.
standard carriage?
I think it's just standard. It's my daughter sees it. Her boyfriend lives out in the boonies and she goes to the antique stores out there. She
Okay.
told me about it, but I think she didn't say anything about it being wide carriage, so it's probably standard.
Text them right now.
Standard's even better, I think, than the wide carriage for that particular model because the wide carriage is huge.
Mhm.
I know, I've got one. I love it.
Yeah, I've got one right in front of me too, but it's really it's huge. And then I'm assuming the case is a lot bigger as well.
It is, yes.
Yep.
Just
It looks
wider.
like a suitcase, right?
Yep. Yeah. I see. And of course, me being the clown I am, occasionally I'll load a sheet of 11 by 17 paper and then type a really big letter to somebody.
Yeah, go get it, Eric.
Okay.
Better
Will
get
do.
it. Get
Even
it,
if you
get
have to
it.
resell
I have
it.
nothing but good things to say about SM9. So
Okay. All right.
Bill approved.
And also with the SM9 being one of the last typewriters actually made by Olympia, it just by its nature, it's not going to be as old as the other ones. And so it will have had less time to be damaged and worn unless it was bought for heavy use in an office.
Yeah. And if it had courier, probably not. Not courier. If it had
Cursive.
cursive,
yeah.
probably not.
Yeah. Yeah. True. Oh, and Gregory, my brother-in-law owns a goat farm, and I was over there for Christmas, and they got stickers now for their goat farm. So I'm going to send you a goat sticker.
Awesome. Oh man.
Sounds like an inside joke.
goatpals.com.
I should love goats so much.
Goat pals.
Yeah.
Rich, that is an inside joke from a while ago. Gregor's got a thing with goats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not what you think, he just likes them.
I'll leave that one alone.
It's not that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Actually, if you look at my profile picture on Type Pals, it's the picture that started it all. So it's my portrait with a goat that I met.
Intriguing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Any more typing prompts or questions?
I made one.
Oh, excellent. Go for it.
It's not funny like Sean's, but
Oh no, sorry.
oh, let me get my glasses.
Mayday.
Funny, I need glasses to see up close, but not medium, and then I need glasses to see far away. So,
Join the
good
club.
morning, afternoon, and evening, depending on where we are in the world. It must be World Typing Day because today's typing prompt asks us to share something we typed. And that is one of my main typewriter goals for 2022. While I do type about a page or so every day, I haven't been great at publishing since I do tend to type rambling personal reflections. my writings aren't very fit for public publishing. Before I start crafting more blog posts, though, I need to catch up with several type pals, letter correspondence. It takes me a long time, months usually, to reply because I have a hard time coming up with things to say. After a paragraph or two waxing poetic about the machine I'm typing upon, it naturally follows that I should share mine and ask about their personal experiences. And that's the challenging part for me to do with strangers. But I need to get over myself because now we're becoming fast friends through the online typewriter groups and the virtual chats. What I need to do is set typing goals for 2022, like making a couple of blog posts per week, as well as a few letters. I don't need typewriters, well, take that back, for work or income. They're really just for fun. Although in the process of acquiring 50 in 15 months, they have changed my life for the better by inspiring me to simultaneously be more technical and creative, as well as meeting new fascinating people like you and making friends. Aww. It's my
Excellent.
sentimental typing, because we can type about anything on World Typing Day, right?
Of course.
I might have to go here fairly soon, but could I ask one quick question? I know that a lot of typewriter fanciers are into fountain pens. And this is a Parker 21 that I believe my father-in-law had. Does anybody have any recommendations as to the best cleaning product to soak one of these in? Because the ink in there is who knows how dry it is.
Yep.
I've used water. I've just taken it apart, put it in a glass with water and let it soak overnight.
And a wee little bit of dish soap just to get it going, and
Drop or two
dish
of
soap,
dish
okay.
soap.
and just keep squeezing in and out, get it going.
Yep.
Yeah, be easy on the dish soap. I would actually just start with water. I, as you know, have many vintage fountain pens, and I've not come across a pen I couldn't clean with water.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
You just have to let them
patience more than
soak. Yeah.
Yep.
It may take
Soak
some
maybe
time.
for
though.
24 hours.
Yep, 24 hours or even 2 days if it still seems like there's ink in there.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to squeeze the bulb and watch the
Just
time.
Or fill it with water. I've found good luck with filling the pens with water and just shaking them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you have one of these,
Oh,
you know the ear bulb.
yeah, if you
water through it.
push that right down into the section, and you can really flush it a lot faster. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. The thing about the Parker is that I don't really want to pull the sack
Oh yes,
off
yeah,
the
yeah,
sack.
fair enough. Yeah.
That one's going to be unfortunately more manual, William. You're going to be, your fingers will be
Just
sore.
slow and steady with your face. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So just let it soak and flush it a few times.
Yeah,
every
fountain
few
Flush it a
hours.
lot of time.
The fountain pen ink is water soluble. That's why if you do watercolors and you use normal fountain pen ink, it'll smear it. But if for some strange reason they use like India ink in there, water's not going to work. You're going to have to.
Yeah, the Indian, no India ink in your fountain pen. That's
yeah.
Yes,
And
those are
isn't
two
India
things that
ink-
should never go together.
Yeah. And isn't India ink a pigment-based ink as opposed to dye-based ink?
Yes, that's why it will
Yeah.
block your pen.
It'll block the
Yeah.
pens.
Like I received a letter from William Shaw, a type pal, and he was talking about things that you'd never think of put together: diesel tractor, shotgun shell, hammer.
How else would you start the engine?
Does anybody know what tractor I'm talking about?
No.
The Field Marshal.
Oh.
A single-cylinder diesel engine. You start it by putting a shotgun shell. Now it's a specially loaded shell with no shot in it into a receiver. Tighten the holder. Set the engine just at the top dead center. Power stroke. Tap the firing pin. The power from the cartridge. Push the piston down and gets the engine spinning fast enough to get it started.
Okay.
Wow.
Just take a quick YouTube look for starting a Field Marshal tractor, and you'll see
Okay.
exactly what it's about.
There were aircraft like that too. You had to use shotgun shells.
Yes.
Weird.
I was browsing those videos yesterday, William.
So say again.
I was just browsing those videos yesterday, William.
Uh-huh.
I'm kidding. I've never heard of such a thing
as
before.
one does.
Yeah.
As one does.
Yes, as one does. Field Marshal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that the what's the nickname for the engines that are like the oh shoot. I'm having a total brain freeze at this point. But when I was out,
engines,
the
old hit and miss engines.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, I was at a it's like an event to raise money to restore an old sawmill, and so they had a bunch of old tractors and fire engines and so forth, but they had a few of those hit and miss engines there, and I wasn't familiar with those before. So your description of the field marshal reminded me of a hit and miss engine.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about the hit and miss engines is that they had no throttle control on the carburetor. So it's wide open throttle all the time. So they control the engine speed by holding the exhaust valve open to slow it down, close the exhaust valve, hit the spark to speed it up.
Wow.
So yeah.
It's
So
crazy.
those engine, so those engine, what's that? I said they're going.
Oh.
Didn't they have a set of weights on it that are like on a centrifugal thing that would control that? Or when it got to a certain speed?
When it hit RPM, the exhaust valve would be held open, so you wouldn't get any draw in from the carburetor, and it would just move back and forth to the exhaust valve. When it got down to the kicking RPM, the exhaust valve closed, so you then get a draw in from the carburetor, and there's a charge to fire and speed the engine up again.
What would that sound like, William, when that was happening? Yeah, well, I like your sound effect. Your tractor. You really got your tractors down.
Oh, excellent.
Hey, I have a question for you. Just a follow-up to what you wrote. One of the things that you said was that you write stuff to yourself and really not.
Oh, did you say May?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said hey. Yes.
No. Hey, May.
Hey, May.
Well, that's one of the main reasons I got into typewriters is just to journalize during the quiet of the pandemic.
Do you keep them?
Yeah, I'm on computers all day long for work, and so I didn't want to write on a computer, and then handwriting takes too long and cramps my hand. And I thought, oh, an old typewriter would be cool. And then here I am 50 typewriters later. So,
that was kind of my
So
path.
excited.
Do you
just to
keep your
journalize.
do you keep your journal stuff even though you don't think they're anything much more?
I have stacks. I'm very disorganized when it comes to, it's all like this, piles of paper.
Oh wow.
I need to make a notebook, or maybe a couple of notebooks, with different stuff.
Yeah, mine's all in the desk drawer, like you saw.
Yeah. So that's another goal for 2022 is to organize my typings into
a whole bunch are in a binder.
Yeah, I've got several of those. So I have no excuse. It's just a matter of time.
Wow.
And probably because I keep getting more and more typewriters, I spend a lot of time, fixing and cleaning them, and not as much time writing, which I don't need any more typewriters. So, I don't have, a need, but I still want a Hermes and an Olympia if they ever come across locally for a good price.
It's not about need.
2022 is going to be more about writing more, buying less.
I can relate. Yep. Making music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't play as much as I used to when I was younger. I might, pick up the guitar once a week or two. The last time was, the Typewriter Club song that I made.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
that's great.
So I need to get on that more too. And so just
If
be more
you
creative.
want, you can send me some clips and I can mix them into my mixer and we can make like a song together.
Yeah, my dream is to do like typewriter percussion in the background and then play guitar over that. You know, kind of like Boston Typewriter Orchestra, but with vocals and guitar.
Yep.
There is a symphony that has a typewriter. I forget the name of it, but the guy comes out with a typewriter.
Yeah, there's a famous symphony song. Yeah, I've seen a few versions of that. It's really cool. Yeah. That's it. And then Too Marvelous for Words is a big Broadway number with a giant typewriter that people are dancing on. That's really cute too.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
That's great.
What do you have there, Ted?
Goodies.
He's got his feet box.
Got a box of ribbons, feet.
No, feet.
Yeah.
Typewriter
box.
feet. I just
Is it in an old Smith Corona typewriter box?
No, it's kind of like a Smith Corona box, but it's like a little suitcase from the 30s that
cool.
has a nice big light handle, and
nice.
It's like all pasteboard and
the
same kind of stuff that Smith Corona cases are made out of. So I figured it was appropriate.
A tool case.
Seems that way.
I have to say, I've been enjoying the extremely dark imprint on what you're typing there.
Oh, on the Underwood freeband?
Yeah.
That's
it's really, really dark.
That machine has a sleeved platen on it, so the shrink wrap. That's one of the first ones that I tried the shrink wrap on. It actually works pretty well because it doesn't have a lot of impact from the type bars. They're so short. There's not a lot of swing impact.
Okay.
Some machines that have like really sharp typefaces, I've learned that sleeving them is not such a great option because it just cuts right through the sleeve.
Oh, yeah.
If it's too powerful a typewriter. But you know, a small machine like that, it's perfect. It just like really tightened the whole thing up and prints really nice and dark. And
is that a blog post you're working on?
It was the blog post I just posted.
Oh, okay.
But the link in the chat.
I didn't put the typecast in it. I just like typed what I was going to type, and then just retexted it in the blog post. I didn't actually put a typecast in that post.
Oh, okay.
But it was more focused on the subject itself, the camera.
Yeah.
So,
excellent.
So I was typing on it, and
What
what I needed to do. What was that?
What typewriter is that?
That's a little Underwood 3-bank, about 1925, I think.
Nice.
Wow.
It's
almost 100.
teeny tiny. There you go. Now you can see it.
Are you doing feet for those yet?
Yeah, I've actually no. I found a replacement. I tried doing feet for them, but it's difficult to make them so they don't break.
Yeah.
So I found these just plain old furniture feet that actually work perfectly because they have like washers in them. And so the washer will stop right on the shoulder of the screw, but the hole is wide enough to let the shaft through and give enough bite to the screws that it'll screw in. So I ended up just using like $4 furniture feet.
Nice.
That were exactly the right thing.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's a small machine.
It's a tiny machine.
Do you have a nickname for it?
Oh, I don't think I named this one.
Oh my gosh.
Tiny.
That needs to be changed.
I know.
There's got to be a name.
Okay. Names come to me when it's like, oh, that's what its name is.
Yep.
It's
understandable.
Nothing has really jumped out at me and said, hey, this is what my name is.
Okay.
You
Did
could fit
you
that
have
on a
to-
Dick Tracy watch.
Did you redo the key labels?
No, those are all originals. It's in really, I mean, it's well used, but it's in
they're bright.
remarkably good shape.
Wow.
For its age and kind of the level
cool.
of use it probably saw.
Do you miss the
labels?
fourth
Aren't
bank?
labels are terrible on it. It's all worn off, and so I mean the labels themselves aren't really great, but the machine itself is good.
Do you miss the fourth bank?
Michael.
It takes
Bye,
getting
Michael.
used
Take care,
to.
Mike.
Learning to do the figure key when you want to do the
Mm-hmm.
symbols or numbers is just something you get used to, like typing with like a German keyboard.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You just you screw it up a couple times and then you figure it out.
It's like learning a language.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Very
But they're,
Nice.
I mean,
Get off
they're
the
such
keyboard.
lightweight little machines that they would be great traveling typewriters if they weren't quite so fragile.
Mm.
The way
It has a case too.
mine didn't come with a case, and so I found I don't know if you've ever heard of a portable pub.
No.
It's like a
I
little.
like the sounds of that.
Too.
It's basically
Nice.
a suitcase that you open up and it has like cups built into it and that you can take out, and it has spaces for you to put
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
So
bottles
just-
of liquor.
Just like Bill thought it was.
Yeah,
I got a
and
few of those.
They were
Bill
really
has-
popular in the 70s.
Yeah.
When you
But
could drink
they
everywhere.
are actually the perfect size
Really?
for an Underwood 3.
Oh, wow. So nice.
Yeah, a little bit of fur in there. These are like
Oh.
felt pads, and
Comfy cozy.
Nice.
You think
Fits
it would
right in
fit
there.
a Corona 3?
it probably would, yeah.
Oh.
Less fur.
But,
But you had it sideways instead of.
yeah, so it'll sit that way with its feet on, and then it's got. Let's see if I can time it there. There we go. Now we have the lever. You just push that in, and the whole thing opens up.
I detect a satellite delay.
Cool.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
about a couple seconds delay there. It's
That's
a little
beautiful.
confusing, but that works perfectly.
Wow. Could have
Wow.
taken that on my cruise.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So that's that machine. Anything else you want to see?
Well, of course, but
Not at all.
I've got the devil meter. Anyone know what this is?
Is it like the durometer?
Light meter?
Or is it
It's a
Light
light meter.
meter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, light meter for a
That's a
camera.
nice one.
That's
Lucimeter S.
cool.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Got that
Devil
stuff on
meter.
there.
And then there's my postcard from the nice lady that sent me a postcard for the postcard exchange.
Did the light
This
meter
is-
work in the dark ages?
No.
Good one.
Who recognizes this castle?
Neuenstein in Bavaria.
Bonstein.
That
Yes.
Cinderella's castle.
What movie is it famous for?
Willy Wonka.
Nope.
Really Wonka.
Keep guessing.
Young Frankenstein.
Nope. Keep guessing.
Keep guessing. I don't think anyone's got it.
I don't know.
It's
I
Chitty
did
Bang
last
Bang.
night.
Chitty
I
Chitty
did
Bang
last
Bang.
night.
Yes.
Oh,
You did.
I
What
love
is
that
it?
movie.
Oh my chitty chitty bang bang. Chitty chitty bang bang, we love you.
Gave me nightmares.
So, who wrote the story behind the movie?
Ian Fleming.
And
Oh, yeah. James Bond.
No, James Bond was a character.
Oh,
In Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Ian Fleming wrote Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Ian
Yep.
Fleming wrote James Bond.
Yes.
Yep.
yep.
I thought
My
I
brother
thought
and
you were
I-
saying what else did Ian Fleming write?
Our car fly.
Oh.
Before children locks, my brother and I would like on purpose open our passenger doors to try to get the car to fly.
Oh.
You're the reason that they
You live to tell.
invented those.
Yeah.
Did it work?
No. Although he was Trump at the same time and we thought it was working, but it didn't.
Oh,
I can tell you from
And-
experience that the point in time when seatbelts weren't required in cars did not work out so well for me as a young child, as I went from the back seat into the front windshield of my mom's
my
car.
God.
Bill, I did too. We share the birthday.
Another thing.
And I got a big scar up here from that.
Yeah, mine goes from here all the way back here.
All
And
right.
Oh
Oh
my.
my goodness.
Yikes.
I'll stick with the birthday as a better thing to share.
Ours was a head-on collision in a Rambler.
Oh, we had a Rambler. I used to hit the dashboard a lot.
I
in the
hit the
front.
dashboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, ours somebody ran a stop sign out in the country, and my mom was driving the Corvair.
Oh,
I had one of those.
Which I was actually going to write to you about since you're
yeah, I love the Corvair.
the configuration of the Gia. So
yeah,
My first
That's
car
awesome.
was a Corvair.
oh really?
Yeah,
First generation or second generation?
68.
Okay. Oh, that was a real late one.
I don't
think
care what
69
Ralph Nader
was-
says. The Corvair was a great car.
you got that right.
That was definitely my dad. My parents actually had two of them.
Wow.
First generation and second generation.
Yeah,
So
I
they
think
were
that's
fond
a
of them.
second 68. They're rounder than the original flat ones.
Yeah. And when I was young, I remember going with my dad to look at one that somebody had converted into they stuck a V8 in where the
Yeah.
back seat had been. And
Well, that's how I sold mine. Somebody needed it for parts because he was putting an 8 inside of his, and so I ended up. I paid like 100 for it and got 125. So drove it for the summer and paid money on it.
Yeah.
Plus you count all the oil I had to put in it.
well, when I was still living in Austin, I had thoughts of buying one to work on, and I wouldn't do a full restoration, but just to kind of lightly restore. And so I had accumulated all sorts of old Clark's Corvair catalogs and Corvair Club literature, and I had moved it all out here to Oregon with me, and I was going through the garage and I found this box full of all this documentation I had, and it turns out that a friend of ours, their friends had a son that he hadn't gotten his license yet, and he was already working on his car, which is a Corvair. So I gave him all of my literature, because it's like, I love the fact that there's a kid out there like actually working on a Corvair for his first car. And
yeah,
so one of these days I hope to see it. He's got it running, and so
Pay it forward.
soon enough. Yep.
Very cool. Well, any more typing prompts or questions or comments before we wrap up?
I did do a little type sample of that Vogue. You guys were talking about it earlier.
Let me zoom in on that. There we
That
go.
is definitely Vogue.
We hate you. We hate you.
Yeah, I like all of the typefaces where the letters are like, I mean, the numbers are of uniform height, like that.
Yeah.
It looks so clean, you know.
Gothic style.
So nice.
Yeah.
Kelsey, I got here late. What was the machine?
It's this little brown Quiet Deluxe.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I should know by the key configuration what year that is. They know that the first Quiet Deluxe were all round. The second ones
It's
had the
after
round letters
1940.
and the square or rectangular shape. Then they all went to the D-shaped keys.
It's a 1940 plus.
Yeah,
Up
but
to Dreyfus.
before
right?
48.
It's 41. Mhm.
What
Lovely.
what year was your torpedo?
I think it's a 60, but I'm not positive on that.
Is the hardware like anodized, like the mechanism under the keys and so forth? Is it like black anodized? So like now I can't remember the name of the part that, the little arm that's underneath the key that
key
supports
lever?
the key.
Key lever?
Yeah.
Key lever.
They just look normal to me.
Silver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember. I know I wrote it down and I forget where to look on these.
Serial number.
Yeah, I forget.
Open the ribbon cover.
Okay.
And look just in front of the left-hand ribbon spool. Should be.
Oh, yeah. It's very obvious. 1 2 2 7 3 29.
Okay.
Don't you hate that when you look for a serial number for hours and then find out it was just.
I'm so used to ignoring that because it's like the tension control, you know, on some.
Yeah.
Does anybody use the tension control?
I try, but I don't
Yes.
think it does much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't do.
Depends on the typewriter.
Yeah, I think if the machine's in good working order, it has an impact.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or if it's not too worn out, maybe.
I don't
But
know.
some machines, it just doesn't seem to make hardly any difference.
Yeah.
Placebo effect.
Yeah.
Definitely not on some machines.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know that when I got my little Remington of Olympia SF Deluxe, after I got it all cleaned up, I was kind of disappointed as to how heavy the touch was. But then I found, after I got downloaded a manual, that it has a touch control over on the far right-hand end of the top of the dowel frame under the ribbon cover.
So
That was set
that's-
to maximum.
Yeah, that's the mushy one I was talking about, SF
Mhm.
Deluxe. So you're saying that that can be fixed?
It's worth trying.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I've checked the levers, but if there's one I didn't see, I'm more than happy to check it out. So I'll look at
You almost can't call it a lever. It's so small.
It's
It's
almost
tab.
like a little rocker as opposed to a lever.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of the same on the Latera 32. Like you wouldn't know what it is unless you know what it is.
Interesting.
Just a little tab.
I'll have to check it out. Thanks for sharing that.
Anything else?
I say, and once I set that to minimum, that little typewriter came to life.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I just have to ask Kelsey what her dog's name is.
There's two
what?
over
Oh, I only see the one.
there. Both.
It's one that's on her avatar.
Oh.
Yeah. So Rose is the American, and then he's a British cream, both retrievers. So that's Bear and Rose.
Oh.
Yeah.
Awesome. Makes my day.
Fun baby.
I'm sorry, I've got to go, but bye, everybody. We'll see you next week, hopefully.
Great to see
All
you.
right. Thank you so
Take
much,
care.
Sean.
Bye.
Bye, Sean.
Bye.
Yeah. I kind of need to shut it down too here. So,
All right. Well, thank you, William.
oh, take care. And say, if I had more time, I'd be typing letters to everyone. Who knows? Maybe once my business starts to wind down, I'll have more typing time.
Yeah.
Okay, take care. God bless. And
All
stay
right.
well.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye,
bye.
William.
Bye, William.
Bye-bye.
Gregory,
Bye.
thank you for all your patience.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Thank you for this typing group.
Yeah.
I just want to read really quickly what I wrote yesterday.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, cool.
Sphinx of Black Quartz, judge my vow. Sphinx of Black Quartz, judge my vow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 dash Quartio. And it keeps going like that.
No, you have to read the whole thing.
Okay.
Commit to the bit.
Hashtag $, percentage sign, underscore, ampersand, whatever that is.
Use
Same
them all.
thing. Yeah.
For
Pretty
World
up.
Typing Day.
And I have to yell them, right? And after that, if you want to read if you want to hear the whole thing, yes, this is a spectacular machine, really. I think we moved right after I got it, so I didn't type on it as much as I might have. And now I have coming one of these days from Goodwill in Florida.
Here, we've got to get you enrolled in a poetry slam somewhere. That's awesome.
Is that what they're called? Poetry slams?
Do the slamming part.
Oh yeah, type slams. Type slams.
Type slams where you run the carriage back, but you've got the power return, right? The power return.
Right.
Oh man, that was great.
That was awesome.
How do you slam a carriage on an electric? You just have to hit the button harder, or
It does it automatically.
It does it automatically.
so you have to hit the button?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this electric has a return lever. So
It's auto
you can
slam.
Still slam.
Auto slam.
Auto slam.
I guess it depends on the typewriter.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think
Gregory, we've kept you till 1 o'clock. Thank you so much for your
Yeah.
patience.
of course,
4
of course,
hours.
it was
This
a
is a
blast, and
record.
that was worth it too.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was good. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
We do have the Type and Talk next week, and also the Typewriter Club Live, and the rest of the events are listed on the website typepalace.com. So be sure and go there, and yeah.
Next postcard exchange, what, third Monday?
Yes, the
Coming up
third
soon.
Monday is
Soon,
the
yeah.
postcard exchange. So
All
yeah.
Oh,
All right. Well, thanks again, everybody. It was a blast as always.
bye.
Bye, all.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you,
Thank
Gregory.
you.
Happy
Bye.
typing.
Bye.
See you next time. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
You have to make us leave, Gregory.
Bye. Everybody leave. No.
Gregory's signature sign
You
off.
know, you hang up first. No, you hang up first.
You hang up